Hello and welcome everyone to my channel. I'm Quadriceps and today I'm going to be bringing you a commentary video of a recent speedrun that I did. This is Xenoblade Chronicles 2. It's one of my favorite games and honestly I'm very excited to be doing this commentary for you today. So I hope you enjoy. As always, I'm going to be explaining the route and my decision making throughout the run. So yeah, let's get into the run. This is Xenoblade Chronicles 2. It's a JRPG by Monolith Soft, and one of the characters recently got added to Smash, so it's been gaining some popularity. Right at the start of the run, we're going to be introduced immediately to the battle system, so there's quite a bit to explain. I'm going to be doing a technique known as auto attack canceling, basically by tapping my analog stick while Rex is attacking. I'm able to cancel that animation and perform another auto attack immediately. So this is very useful for charging up your special very quickly, or not your special, but charging up your arts very quickly. So if you see at the bottom right hand corner, you have a few arts. So right now we only have Anchor Shot, but basically to charge up your arts, which are stronger skills, you have to do auto attacks. And your character automatically does auto attacks. That's why they're called auto attacks. So if you just leave your character there and do nothing, your character will just do auto attacks, and then every time you do an auto attack, it charges up your arts, and then later on you'll be using your arts to charge up your specials. And there's just a lot about the battle system that I'll try to explain when we get there. So right now we're just going to make our way through chapter 1. It's basically just tutorials, going to run some errands. We're going to purchase some items and get introduced to some of the mechanics and systems in the game. Right now, Rex here, he's a salvager, so he salvages stuff from the Cloud Sea to sell, and that's what he does for a living. And here he gets a job from the chairman of the trade guild here, Banner. And so this job pays a lot, so he's very excited to be doing this job, and he's basically just preparing to go on this new commission that he just received. So as you can see here, we accept the main story quest, and now we're gonna buy a few items. So we're gonna make use of the skip travel system here. Very handy system, being able to warp back to any place you visited. And we're gonna go to the accessory shop here. We're gonna purchase this Abyss Vest. This is the only Abyss Vest you can purchase in the game. It's only available during this tutorial, and we are actually gonna make use of the Abyss Vest later, because what it does is it increases your maximum HP by 24%. So it's pretty useful for giving bulk to your squishier characters. And right now we're just talking to some NPCs. Rex is a very good boy, so he received 100,000 as a upfront for accepting the commission, and then another 100,000 will be given to him once he finishes it. So right now he has 100,000. Being a very good boy, he decides to send 90% of that back home to his hometown, Fonset Village, which we'll be visiting later in the run, actually. And here we are going to salvage. So salvaging, we're not going to really be doing salvaging throughout the run. We're only doing it now and once later to unlock a certain skill. But basically you can jump into the Cloud Sea and dig up stuff, get collectibles, and a bunch of rare items which you don't need for the story, actually. So that's why we don't do them, and it's very slow. And salvaging actually can bring back monsters as well, so you want to avoid these monsters because they can aggro you. And even though in this category DLC, we can turn off monster aggro, but the monsters you fish up by salvaging aren't affected by this, so they can still aggro you even though you have monster aggro turned off. So now we're gonna run all the way up here, and we're gonna purchase a pouch item. So pouch items are like, they give you passive effects, so they give you special bonuses while you're fighting. And some of the pouch items are very, very strong, and we're going to take full advantage of them. And I'll explain to you when we get there. Right now we're going to take an inn. This is the first inn that we take. It's part of the story. Basically, you have two separate experience reserves. The first being your, well, okay, there's a hidden experience, basically, bonus experience, that's what it's called. So when you visit location, when you get landmarks and stuff, it goes into your bonus experience. It doesn't go into your, like, your actual experience. That you get actual experience from killing monsters and stuff, but once you have a lot of bonus experience, you can actually go to the inn and level up your characters using that. So we'll be doing that a few times in the run. Go back to the accessory shop. I'm going to purchase a fluffy hat and a muscle belt. These are items which increase damage, so those are going to be pretty useful. We're going to accept DLC, so you don't get all the DLC up right off the bat, so you have to go into the menu and accept them. So we get the DLC there because it gives us a lot of money. And I should explain, so this category is DLC. Basically what you can do is you can use the DLC which you can purchase, and this gives you access to a lot more resources and strong characters which you can use for the run. So this category is about 30 minutes faster than the non-DLC category, solely based on solely because of that. And we purchased the muscle belt and fluffy hat there. They give 20 points to your physical attack and ether. So ether is kind of like your magic attack or whatever. They're pretty good because right now you don't have a lot of stats. Your stats aren't very high. So any even that 20, which is very little, when you get to like very high level, even though it's very little. But right now, because you're at a low level, so that 20 ether, 20 physical attack actually increases your damage by quite a lot. So right there, we were talking to our clients, Nia, Jin, and Malos. And right here, we're going to enter kind of our first dungeon. Well, not really, because we're going to skip most of it. The first thing we do is we swap Nia with Jin, because Nia doesn't do a lot of damage, Jin does way more. So we're going to swap Jin so that we can kill the enemies here a lot quicker. Kind of a first mini boss here. What you want to do is you want to run behind, and then you want to... Yep, basically when you run behind, it uses backstep. I use anchor shot there. Sometimes you can get it off, but if you don't, it's fine. Then you want to use sword bash from behind because it gives you extra damage when you hit an enemy from behind. Then you just run to the side so that after the fight you end up there, which is the closest spot to where we want to go next. So we want to jump up here. I made a mistake there. We're going to jump up here, and then we're going to run up here, and we're going to do a clip here, which can clip into the ancient vessel. And then we want to drop down here, and then land on this beam here. And jump down here to a pipe. And then you can go into this room here, which allows you to skip having to... Basically, what the game intends you to do is you have to pick up this ether cylinder, and then it basically allows you to open a door. And that's kind of slow, so we do this skip, which saves quite a bit of time. And this fight, you want to run to the left before you engage, so that only Rex and sometimes Jin gets hit. You don't want Malos to get hit, because you want Malos to take aggro from you immediately. If Rex has the aggro, if Malos and Jin both get blown down by Chris Cuisine, and Rex has the aggro on him, the Alago will kill Rex with the next attack. So that's why you need Malos to not get hit, so he can immediately take aggro off of Rex. And from then on, it's pretty simple. You just want to use a short bash. You want to run away when it's about half HP. Because when it's at half HP, it uses an AoE attack called Fin of Fear, which does a lot of damage and will kill you. So run away for that. But otherwise, it's a pretty simple fight. So that was one of the first. That was one of the few clips that we'll be doing in this run. I think we do like a total of 4 clips. So here's our first boss fight against Malos. If you couldn't tell, because if you couldn't tell from his name, Malos is a bad guy. And fight's pretty simple. You want to use your sword bash, and you want to use your double spinning edge to charge up your special. And then you want to build up to tier 3. So every time you use an art, it builds up your special gauge. And then if you build up enough, you can advance to the next tier of specials. So right now I'm at tier 3. And once I hit gold affinity here with Pyra, which is the thread that's between Pyra and Rex. And she will basically, you start charging up your tier 4. So it takes about 3 seconds to charge up your tier 4. And it does a lot more damage than tier 3. That's why you want to use a tier 4 there. I get lucky here, he misses his Storm Edge, so I'm able to finish him off very quickly. And I believe I finished with a time of 10:53 for the first chapter, which is very, very good. I believe it's one of my fastest chapter 1s ever. So at this point, I'm very happy. I got very good fights and a very, very fast Ancient Vessel clip. So sometimes I made it look easy, but sometimes sometimes you have trouble clipping into the wall because there isn't like an exact spot where you know for sure you can clip in. You kind of just know roughly where, and you want to go in that general area. But yeah, basically in the Ancient Vessel we met Pyra. Pyra is a blade, and not just any blade. She is a very special blade called the Aegis, and basically this means that she is very powerful. And Malos, being the bad guy, and Jin, his crew, they want Pyra for themselves. So basically Rex resonated with Pyra, and then Jin realizes this and immediately kills Rex. And Rex meets Pyra in this kind of another world after he dies, and Pyra offers to revive Rex, give him half of her life. And in return, Rex has to take her to her home known as Elysium, which is at the top of the world tree, which is in the center of Ores, which is the planet that this game takes place in. So lots of stuff here, but it'll all make sense later. And right now, we are making our way through the lower area here of Garmot, which we ended up on after we fought Malos. We want to start collecting puzzle tree wood. We're going to need 10 for a story quest later. It is mandatory to get this puzzle tree wood, so I'll be collecting some collection spots along the way. You saw me get one there, and I got 2 puzzle tree wood, which is very nice. I believe in the route I use, I get 10 puzzle tree spots in total before you have to get backup spots. So on average, per spot, you get 1.2 puzzle tree for most of the spots. So you are very favored to have enough puzzle tree at the end. But sometimes, obviously, RNG doesn't go in your favor. So if you don't have enough puzzle tree, it's not the end of the world. You have to take extra time to warp to areas to get back up puzzle tree, which costs about 15 seconds per warp. So here we run into another kind of a mini boss fight against Wormeater Brock. He's pretty infamous because he has a lot of evasion for this part of the game. As you can see, I missed my sword bash there. Basically, what you want to do is the game gives you tier 1 immediately, so you want to charge up your tier 2 and then use a few arts. You want to break Brock to about 60% HP before you use Pyra's tier 2 here. So once Prominence Revolt goes off, I use Nia's Steam Bomb here. And this should bring Brock very low on HP, enough so that I can kill him with a couple of hits here. So that was a good Brock fight. Basically, when Brock gets very low, he will use a skill called Predation, which heals his HP back up to about 50%, and that wastes a lot of time, so you really don't want to see Predation. So you want to kill him before it does that. And I haven't really explained blade combos yet, but you already know that we have blade specials, and these come in a few tiers. And blade combos basically are when you use multiple blade specials in succession. So over there, I used you can have 3 stages of a blade combo. Stage 1, Stage 2, Stage 3. So every time you use a special, it goes into... for example, if I use a special, it goes into Stage 1. If I haven't used any specials yet. So I used Prominence Revolt. That was my Stage 1. And then if I want to advance the combo to Stage 2 and above, I have to use at least a Tier 2 from Nia or above. So we'll be using a lot of blade combos throughout this run because every tier of the blade combo, you get a lot more damage than the previous one. And we're going to make full use of that to finish off the bosses very quickly. So we glossed over the puzzle tree spots right after Brock, but basically there's a puzzle tree spot at the side, which a lot of runners don't get. I believe I'm the only one who gets that spot. The reason why I like to get that spot is it's the only puzzle tree spot that we collect that is reasonable to collect that gives a minimum of 3 drops. So all other spots that we collect give 2 to 4 puzzle tree wood, not puzzle tree wood, give 2 to 4 drops, and each of those drops have a 40% chance to give puzzle tree wood. So on average, you get 1.2 per spot because it ranges between 2 to 4 drops and it's 40% per puzzle wood. So 3 is average. So 3 times 40% is 1.2. But that spot, which I picked up after Brock at the side, it has a 35% chance of dropping puzzle wood, so it's a slightly lower percent chance per drop, but it has a minimum of 3 drops and it goes up to 5. So on average, you get more puzzle wood from that spot than any other spot that we collect. That's the reason why I like that spot, and it's not very far away. And basically, I tend to prefer collecting a lot of puzzle tree spots, even though it takes a bit of time, because if I have extra puzzle tree, I can just skip puzzle tree spots later. So to me, it's not a big time loss, even if I take more puzzle tree early. Like I said, that spot's not very slow, so it's fine. Here's a new movement that we do for Gorma now. We used to go up a different branch of the tree, but now we go here, which is slightly faster. It's a couple of seconds faster. I believe Gren, another runner, timed it to be 7 seconds. So we do save a bit of time here compared to the old Gorma movement. And basically right now we're just gonna be tagging places so we can warp back to them later. And we're gonna gather a lot more puzzle tree, hopefully. I lost count of how many we picked up so far, but there's you can check later in Torgov, which is the town that we're gonna go to later. You wanna jump down here into this cave, and you wanna get the treasure chest here, because it gives you a skill chip. So core chips, like the skill chip, are basically accessories for your blades. Pyra here's a like I said, Pyra here is a blade. Blades give Rex is a driver, Pyra is a blade. Drivers wield blades, and blades give special powers to drivers. Drivers use arts, stuff like that. But core chips allow you to customize your blades and give them more damage, more crit, stuff like that, more stats basically. And we want to pick up that skill chip because it's going to increase Pyra's damage by a lot compared to the other scale chips that we can pick up in Torgov. I believe the scale chip is a chapter 3 equivalent scale chip, and we're in chapter 2. It's chapter 3 equivalent core chip. You can purchase it in chapter 3, but right now we're in chapter 2. So it's a nice power jump, power spike. It's going to be very useful for the fight later. Pick up some nice puzzle tree there. So I believe at this point I'm pretty good on puzzle tree. I might be at 8 or 9 puzzle tree right now, which is very good. Like I said, you need 10 total, and there are 3 more puzzle tree spots after you get to Torigov. So as long as you know you have like 7, 6 is kind of low, but 7's kind of average. So as long as you have like 7 going into Torigov, you're generally feeling pretty good about your puzzle tree count. So making our way through Gormott here. There's a quest here which you want to avoid. So if you go too close to the left here, to the left of these rocks here, you will trigger a quest, so that's why I'm avoiding it by going to the side. And I want to tag Lasham Island here because we're going to have to come back here later for a quest. And now we're going to make our way over to Torigov. Oh, I also missed it, but we collected vegetables at Dawnview Grotto. So these the vegetables they're not required for the story, but we're gonna be using them to craft items later, which are gonna be very helpful for us. And I'll explain that later, because it's gonna be part of chapter 2 tutorials. But yeah, here we're introduced to the tide mechanic, which basically when you rest at inns, sometimes the tides can change, and this gives you access to places which you aren't able to access otherwise. We only ever use it once throughout the entire run, and it's for a story, so it's not really useful apart from actually having to do the story. But once we're at Torigov, I'm going to purchase the leather gloves here. This is going to give us more accuracy, which is very nice because we don't want our characters to miss. I'm going to give Pyra the skill chip. As you can see, that increases her auto attack damage from 19 to 95. The auto attack is what all of your damage is based on. I'm going to swap Rex's arts there because rolling smash is a lot better than double spinning edge. Going to teach a bunch of skills here. I believe I gave Rex a 20 dexterity, which is more accuracy. And then I'm going to give Nia the pouch item Cream Orange Parapha. And this is going to increase her arts recharge. So pouch items that give arts recharge is basically what we want, because arts recharge is going to allow us to speed up fights a lot quicker. I have the Narciper Jelly on Rex right now, which is going to give him extra arts recharge as well. So this fight's pretty simple. You want to target down the soldiers first. You want to use Sword Bash on one of the soldiers, Rolling Smash on the other. Doesn't matter if you kill the other soldier with Rolling Smash. You want to run behind Patrick and use Sword Bash to get extra damage. And then you want to use one more Rolling Smash to reach Tier 2. And you want to use Pyra's Tier 2 because it hits every single enemy on the field. So even if those soldiers were still alive, they would die to this Tier 2. And yeah, that was a pretty good fight, actually. And I lost some time there because I took one extra puzzle tree spot compared to my previous BB. But we're going to be able to save time later because we have more puzzle tree. So this next fight is against Bridget. Bridget's driver is not here, so she's kind of just fighting alone. And basically, this fight, you want to target down Patrick first. You want to leave Neon Bridget. And you want to target Patrick. I missed my Rolling Smash, which is kind of annoying, but it's fine. So I'm going to put my Tier 1 on Bridget because we're going to combo her later. And I'm going to switch back to Patrick and continue to attack him. So once I get to about Tier 2, I'm going to start targeting Bridget here. I'm going to try to lure Patrick to Bridget. And I'm going to use Steam Bomb here, which has an AoE. I didn't get Patrick there, but it's fine. But once Nia gets this break on Bridget, I'm going to be able to finish the fight here, as long as Patrick's close enough. So she gets the break there. I'm going to use my Tier 4 to use a Steam Explosion. Steam Explosion has an AoE, which is going to be able to take Patrick along with Bridget here. And the break here basically just gives us more damage. So, oh, I didn't actually kill Bridget, but that's fine because she has very little HP. I'm going to finish her off with a Sword Bash. So not really any much time lost there. But breaks are what's known as driver combos. So driver combos come in 4 stages: break, topple, launch, and smash. We don't really see launch and smash too much, but break and topple are going to be seen throughout the run a lot. And they increase your blade combo damage very significantly. I believe break is like a 50%. And we're going to have blades that increase that damage bonus even more. So they're going to be very important for dealing a lot of damage. And I gave an item known as the Auto Balancer to Nia before the fight, which allows her to not be deflected when her attack gets blocked. So even if someone blocks her attack, she won't get deflected. And the reason why we give Auto Balancer to Nia is because to land her break art, it's a free hit art. She needs to hit every single hit. So it doesn't matter if she gets blocked, she just needs to land all 3 hits. If she gets deflected, she will not proceed with the attack. So if she gets deflected on like the first hit, she won't do the second, third hit. So she won't be able to break. But if you have the Auto Balancer, she can do that. So that's why we give the Auto Balancer to Nia. Basically ensures that every time she goes for the break art, unless she misses, she will get the breakup, which is very nice. And we also gave Nia the leather gloves to make sure that she hits. So now we're here's another tutorial. We meet Tora. Tora's a Nopon. I want the furry animal things. And Tora offers to basically running away from Bridget. Tora gives us refuge, but they manage to take Nia, so we have to go and rescue Nia later. But Tora wants us to help him create an artificial blade because Tora cannot resonate with core crystals. So core crystals are what blades come from. And over there in that tutorial, Rex resonated with another blade, a core crystal. So he has 2 blades right now. But we're not going to use that blade because it's not very useful. But Tora cannot resonate with a blade. That's why he's trying to make his own artificial blade. And we're going to help him with that. And he's going to help us to rescue Nia as well. So we also created an aux core there. So aux cores are what I mentioned, where it's something that we craft with collectibles. And we crafted critical up 2 there as part of the tutorial. But aux cores are basically more customizations for your blades, which increase your stats. So obviously critical up increases critical rate, which is going to be nice for one of our blades later. And other than that, we're just going to talk to more NPCs and do the quests. And right there, when you were crafting the critical up 2, is where you'll be able to check how many puzzle tree wood you have. So I think I saw that I had 9. So I'm at a very good spot, and I'm in a very good position right now. Basically, I'm almost guaranteed to have enough puzzle tree wood by the end when I need it. And I'm very likely to be able to skip puzzle tree spots later. So feeling very good about puzzle tree right now. And I'm going to go to Abel's Fountain here. We tagged Abel's Fountain just now. Actually did a new movement that saves half a second. So what I did was, usually last time we would run and tag Abel's Fountain first, then go and purchase more cream orange parfait. But with this new movement that I started doing because I thought it looked cool, and eventually we timed it and it's actually faster. So that's a funny story. But what I did is I ran under the roof, the building, and then I went to purchase the cream orange parfait first. So I take a shorter path there. And then after that, I tag Abel's Fountain. So yeah, now we have to get some parts to make Poppy. And someone has one of the parts, but he wants us to do him a favor. So that favor is to go over to Lasham Island here and kill one of these Crabble that's terrorizing the merchants. And it's funny because this is a level 9 Crabble and it's very scary for the merchants, whereas there are a bunch of level 30 or 40-ish Crabbles on the island that are not doing anything. But this fight's very simple. Just use your auto attack to Sword Bash, auto attack to Rolling Smash into Pyrus tier 1. I haven't explained auto attack canceling. Basically, at the end of your auto attack, if you press your art at the correct timing, you'll see like a kind of a blue circle flash, and this will basically increase your art's damage and also increases your special recharge. So once we kill the Crabble, we can come back and get the parts for Poppy. And because this is DLC and we have lots of money, we can purchase these free buy-in connectors here instead of having to go and salvage them. So thank you, DLC. And now we go back to Tora's house so we can make Poppy. And once we make Poppy, we have to do this mandatory game called Tiger Tiger. Basically, it's a game where you're able to get parts for Poppy, but we're not going to do any of that, so we're just going to die as quickly as possible. And right after this, right after we fail, is a very tragic cutscene where Tora asks us if we're not good at games, and unfortunately not. We're not very good at games. But enough of that. We're going to go back to Argentum, actually. And right now we're going to pick up some more DLC stuff. This is when we really start to exploit the DLC. So we're going to accept the DLC again. It comes in waves, so you aren't able to accept everything from the start. I'm going to give lift sources to Tora here. This is going to unlock extra trust rank. Trust rank here will unlock, basically give you access to more skills on Poppy's chart here. The annoying thing about the affinity charts for blades is that you can't unlock the skills unless you unlock the trust rank, and you have to go and check the chart to unlock the skill as well. Once you've actually unlocked the skill, you don't actually unlock it. You have to go into the chart and check it, which you'll see me do later. But you saw, if you notice, if you paid attention, I actually did it at the start of chapter 2 once we before Brog. I gave love source to Pyra. One nice thing about getting more trust rank is actually it increases your damage as well. So the reason why I gave one love source to Pyra at the start of chapter 2 was to give her more damage, and in fact it's a 15% increase from E rank trust to B rank trust, which Pyra is at right now. Gonna purchase free Whisper Quarter here, and now I'm gonna start talking to Nopons. So there's a skill on Poppy's chart called Nopon Wisdom, which we're gonna need for the story later and also to get some items right now. And you unlock it by talking to lots of Nopons. But if you talk to the same Nopon over and over, it doesn't count. But you can actually exploit it by talking to different Nopons. So I just stand on top here and I talk to Nopons back and forth. And I need to talk to a total of 20 Nopons. So I've already talked to one Nopon just now. It's a DLC, part of the DLC. That's why I have to accept the DLC before I talk to that Nopon just now. He gave us a core crystal, which is going to give us access to a very powerful blade later. So that's one, and we're going to talk to one more Nopon after this. So basically I need to talk to 18 more Nopons in between. So right now I'm at 19, and I need 20 to unlock Nopon Wisdom level 2. And I'm going to talk to the last Nopon here, which is going to give us another core crystal. The Divine Core Crystal. The other one we got just now was the Ebullient Core Crystal. But we're not going to make use of that yet. We're going to take the Divine Core Crystal and we're going to pull it once we get back to Gormont here. But yeah, as you can see there, I unlocked Nopon Wisdom level 2. So even though I unlocked it, I don't actually have it yet. I have to go and go into Poppy's chart to actually unlock it. But here we're going to do a menu. I'm going to equip the Divine Core Crystal. I'm going to pull the Divine Core Crystal. This is going to give us a blade known as Corvin. And Corvin is a very, very strong blade. He's a DLC blade. Very, very strong. He has very, very strong specials and pretty good arts as well. And he's also a tank blade, which allows us to... gives Rex more survivability and also allows him to draw aggro from monsters more easily. So yeah, the more aggro you have, it makes monsters target you. I give a lot of pouch items there, and here you can see me actually unlock Poppy's chart. I give pouch items there just to unlock Corvin's chart, and then which gives him more damage, and then the field skills on Poppy's chart. So I gave 3 juicy Samots, the glitter bait which we made just now. I gave 2 whisper quarters, and what's the last one? Oh no, that's about it. So that unlocks leaping, Nopon wisdom, and super strength or superpower, something like that. And those are all field skills which we're gonna need for later. Like right now, we're gonna break this barrel because it's gonna give us a wood chip. This is a very strong chip. I think it's equivalent to chapter 5 or 6 core chips. So very, very strong power spike, and we're gonna use it for our main blade later. But we gave the coil chip, which we picked up in Argentum, to Corvin. I think the coil chip maybe is a chapter 4 equivalent core chip. So it's still pretty good. And I need 1 more puzzle tree wood, so I'm going to jump down here and get the last puzzle tree spot here. I believe I get my last puzzle tree wood here. So that's very nice. It means that there are 2 more puzzle tree spots. I do not need to pick those up later. And now we're going to jump down to the Titan Battleship. The game intends us to go through a different path, but we're going to parkour our way down because that's faster. And the cool thing here is if you're level 7, you don't need to wait. You can just jump down here immediately, and you can live with 1 HP, which looks very fancy. And you want to make sure you swap to Corvin using the ZL blade switch before the next fight, because Corvin's a lot stronger than Pyra, and he's going to be very, very useful. So I believe the current world record at the time as when I was doing this run did not get Corvin. The record holder decided to use as a route which does not pick up Corvin until later. But the reason why I pick up Corvin is because he's a lot safer to pick up. He is very nice to have. He has very strong specials, gives a lot more damage. And yeah, it's just overall a very good blade to have. And you have to pick him up eventually anyway, so you might as well. And we feed him all the stuff along with Poppy in that menu. So we're making our way through the Titan Battleship. This is where Nia is being held prisoner. And basically we heard in Targov that she's going to be executed, so we really, really have to come and rescue her. But it turns out that the execution actually was a hoax to draw out Rex and Pyra. But we don't know that at this point. Or Rex doesn't know it at this point. So we're still going to rescue Nia thinking that she's going to be executed. So yeah, she's being held prisoner right here. So we're going to go into battle with these 2 guards here. Another bonus about the Corvin route is you don't have to worry about levels. I believe with Anel's route that doesn't grab Corvin, you want to be at level 8 for this fight, so that Tora comes in at level 7 because he joins your party at 1 level lower than Rex. And if Tora is level 6, he has a chance to die. But with Corvin in your party, you don't have to worry about that because Corvin is just very strong. So I use Corvin's tier 1 here, which does some nice AoE damage. And then I want to pick up the rest of the... I want to pick up the guards with Corvin's arts here. They stand kind of far away, which is kind of annoying, so I'm not able to kill them quickly. But I believe with this art here, I'm going to be able to kill the soldiers. Sometimes you can use a second tier 1. In this case, it might have been faster, but usually I try to use arts to kill them because Corvin's tier 1 is pretty slow, even though it's very strong. But yeah, we are done with that fight. So now we get Nia. And we're going to be using Nia as the main driver for the rest of the run. And there's a very good reason why. Is because we use Crossat here, which is the main blade for this this category. She's very, very strong, which I'll explain later. But right now in this menu, we swap around some arts. We give Nia love sources. Same thing as always. We want to unlock more trust rank for Crossset, which gives her more damage and allows us to unlock more skills. going to swap around some equipment, and I'm going to give Crossette the wood chip because she's going to be our main damage dealer from now on. So why we want to use Crossette? Well, Crossette has a skill known as Gathering Sparks. This is a skill which increases her damage every time she picks up a potion up to 500%, which is a humongous multiplier, and basically allows Crossette to one-shot a lot of bosses with tier 3 blade combos. And yeah, every time she picks up a potion, she just increases damage, which is very, very nice. And I believe at level 1 Gathering Sparks, it gives us 50% more damage, so you need 10 potions to stack, to get to max stacks. Most of the times you don't need max stacks, but later on it's in the fights later, you will need a lot more damage. Fortunately for us, we don't have to collect that many potions, because once we level up Gathering Sparks, we will be able to get more damage per pot. So the damage cap stays at 500%, but we just get more damage per pot, so we are able to build up our damage a lot quicker. And over here, I'm supposed to jump down this bridge here by going at a certain angle with draw mark. You can jump down the bridge here and skip having to go to the control room to lower the bridge. I believe I struggle in this run with the clip quite a bit. As you can see, I'm struggling here, and this actually loses me a lot of time. I believe I lose 30 seconds here to the clip. Or not really a clip, it's more of a skip. It's kind of something like a clip. I finally managed to get it. So you want to land on these boxes, swap to Crossette, then jump down here. So I lost about 30 seconds there, which is very unfortunate. And definitely one of the areas which I can improve in this run. Right here, you want to use auto tag 1 and get Dougal with a dolphin spin. He likes to run away, so you want to get close to him and use dolphin spin. And you use a auto tag free acrobatic bomber into Crossette's tier 1, which will end this phase of the fight. No point collecting too many potions here because the potions reset once you get to the second phase. So I have a pretty good trick for the second phase. Basically, enemies can driver combo you as well. So Dougal's going to break someone from the start. So you want to not attack Dougal so he breaks someone else. Then you use your tier 1 special here. So I'm going to grab the pot here to give me more damage. And I'm going to use acrobatic bomber to get up my tier 1. Break Dougal and go into my tier 1 here. So break's going to increase our damage. I'm going to pick up more pots. Our tier 1 also gives us more pots, which is very nice. And Rex also uses anchor shot when you break an enemy. So yeah, you want to use Prominence Revolt with Rex, tier 2, to get more damage. And then afterwards, you break Dougal again and get off another tier 1. If Rex doesn't get his Prominence Revolt up in time, it's fine. You can wait for the second break, and then you use your tier 1 and Pyrus tier 2 at the same time. So I got a pretty good Dougal fight, despite the bad bridge jump, so I didn't lose quite as much as 30 seconds. It sort of made up for a bit for the fact that I lost time to the bridge jump, but still I can save about 30 seconds there. And right now we want to we get a pouch expansion kit from Dougal, which is going to allow us to have 2 pouch items. So we're going to use that immediately on Nia to give her the Whisper Quarter, which we purchased in Argentum, which will allow her to charge her special up a lot quicker. But yeah, after leaving the Titan Battleship, we run to Morat, who is actually driver of Bridget. And Morat wants to stop us because basically the Aegis is a very dangerous blade, and she doesn't want the Aegis to the Aegis's power to fall in the wrong hands and wreak havoc upon the world. The fight's very simple. You want to gather potions, and you want to try to kill Morak here with a blade combo, preferably on a break, which will give you a lot more damage. I don't manage to get the break there. I do get a break here, and I believe this will give me enough damage because I have quite a bit of potions. And Tora there also toppled Morak, which is going to increase my damage even further than just a break. So that's going to be able to end the fight there. So overall, a pretty good chapter 2. I ended Morag at 44 minutes flat. And anything that's below 44 minutes, it's considered very, very good. So I'm very close to that. So yeah, you can see I gained a lot of time on the record because the record decides to pull some blades as when he pulls crosshead. But I delay my blade pulls till later. Personal preference, really, runner's preference. But yeah, pulling blades, it works based on the gacha system, and you're gonna have to pull blades later to progress with the story because you need certain field skills. But I'll explain that later when we get to it because there's a pretty long there's a few minutes where we're gonna just be pulling blades later. But yeah, after chapter 2, we end up here. We're gonna attack Nuclear Timber Site. Then we want to go to Uriah. Basically, Pyro wants to go to Elysium, and the best way to do that, to get to the world tree where Elysium is to go on a boat. So Tora's like, hey, I have an uncle who makes boats. So we're gonna visit that uncle, whose name is Uman. And to fix up the boat, we need 10 puzzle tree wood. So that's why we need a puzzle tree. So by the time we get to Uman, we have to have 10 puzzle tree wood. I already have all 10, so I don't have to get any of the spots here. There are 2 more spots which you can get here. So that's a nice time save. But yeah, right now we're just gonna run around and collect more items. So yeah, more about Crossette. She's very, very strong blades. I've already explained Gathering Sparks and why it gives her so much damage. Crosset's also very good because, on Nia specifically, because it gives Nia access to a break art, so we're able to control driver combos. Nia also gets a healing art, which is very good for survivability, and also a potion art, which, conveniently enough, Crossette needs potions to deal more damage. So Nia really is a very, very good driver for Crossette, and she's basically who we're going to be using for most of the run. So yeah, being able to control your driver combos is very, very crucial because, like I said, you're going to want to make use of driver combos to increase your damage as much as possible. There are fights later which getting a break will be able to speed up the fight a lot. And the backup for that is to get more potions and try to kill without a break. But yeah, you can see why breaks are so important. Crosshead also has a skill which increases fusion combo damage. So I haven't explained fusion combos yet. Fusion combos are when you have driver combos on top of blade combos. So basically when you have a break, when you do your tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 blade combos, there's a fusion combo. Crosshead has a skill which increases fusion combo effect. So basically you're going to get a lot more damage than just 50%. Let's say a break gives you 50% extra damage, you're going to get way more than 50% if you have Crosshead. So this is also one of the reasons why breaks are so important, because Crosshead gives you so much more damage if you get a break. And right here, I collect enough vegetables. You need 12 vegetables total, so this spot gives you 4 to 8. So sometimes you're unlucky and you don't have enough, but fortunately for us, that's it's not too often that you don't get enough vegetables. Because Crossette also has a field skill known as Agronomy, which has a 60% chance to proc 1 extra round of drops. So if you proc Agronomy, it's basically you're guaranteed to have enough vegetables. But even if you don't proc Agronomy and you don't get enough vegetables, you can just simply warp back to Dawnview Grotto one more time, and you're guaranteed to have enough vegetables for the 2 ox cores, which we'll be crafting later, which need 6 vegetables each. But yeah, that's why vegetables aren't that much of a problem. Vegetables aren't as big of a problem as puzzle tree wood, because puzzle tree wood, you're not guaranteed to get it from the spot. It's only 40% for most spots. But vegetables, you're guaranteed to have enough vegetables, because you can use any vegetables. You don't need a specific vegetable, unlike puzzle tree wood. So yeah, puzzle tree wood is very annoying, but vegetables, it's a bit annoying if you don't get enough, but it's fine. It's not that big of a time loss. And there are, you can go to Dawnview Grotto, or you can, if you don't need that many vegetables, like let's say you only need 1 or 2, you can take some faster backup spot later. For example, in chapter 4, there are a few backup spots. But yeah, we go to the inn there to rest, take a long rest, which raises the tides. This is the only time in the game where we make use of the tide mechanic. And once we get high tide here, we are able to jump into the Cloud Sea here and access and go to the Titan here, which we need to do to progress the story. And while we're at the inn, we also increase everyone's levels with the bonus XP that we got so far. And the reason why we want to get more levels is basically just to get more bulk for some of the fights later. And XP is going to be important to manage because, well, there is a very good reason later, which is not relevant now, but I'll explain later when it actually is relevant. But we want to make sure we have enough XP, basically. For now, it's just mainly for bulk. And the way you can get more XP is actually to kill enemies with fusion combos. So if you finish a fight with a fusion combo, so if you finish a fight with, let's say, a burnout on a break, a tier 2 fire combo on a break, you're gonna get 50% more XP, which is very nice because basically you want to hit like level 23 by the time you get to Morardain in chapter 4, because it's gonna give you anything below that, and your chances of dying goes up quite a bit, just because of like the HP you have and everything. So every bit of XP right now kind of counts. So you want to try to get more XP if you can. You want to try to finish stuff with fusion combos if you can. But yeah, once we find the Titan, we can finally go to the World Tree, except not really. We run into an Artifice, Ophion. Ophion is like an Artifice, which is like one of Pyrus, you can call it like one of Pyrus, like servants or something like that. But yeah, Ophion went out of control and starts attacking us, and then we end up getting eaten by the Urian Titan, and we end up in Uriah. So now we're just trying to find a way out of Uriah. We run into Vandam here, and Vandam's like, hey, that's the Aegis, I want that, give it to me, and we start fighting them. The fight's very simple. You want to target Zuo first, because you want to build up your damage before you start attacking Vandam, who is the bulkiest one here. And Zuo is gonna use Axe Break, which taunts everyone, so eventually you're gonna have to target Zuo anyway. You wanna go your auto attack, and then you wanna break Zuo, go into your tier 1. Rex does a very good job and gets his tier 2 up very quickly, so I'm able to use it there for a lot of extra damage. And with the acrobatic bomber here, I'm able to take out Zuo. The next person I want to target is Vandam. So what I want to do is I want to get Taurus tier 1, and preferably on a break, which I don't get because I'm unlucky. And then once Stone goes up, you want to use Crossets tier 2, which will deal a lot of damage to Vandam, especially with all the potions we have now. And right after that, I want to target you and use Rex's special, either tier 1, usually it's tier 1 or tier 2. Tier 1's nice because tier 2 will one-shot you most of the time, whereas if you get tier 1, it's an AoE and will hit Vandam as well, so either one's very good. Yeah, and afterwards you just want to clean up everyone with Crossets tier 1. So you want to try to get as much AoE as you can. Crossets tier 1 can get AoE in a straight line. So sometimes you see me try to switch around targets a bit to get more AoE. And I did a little trick there. I ran behind you because once you use a tier 2 on Vandam, he's going to aggro you. Because the more damage you deal to an enemy, the more aggro you get. So once I use my tier 2 on Vandam, he's going to aggro me and he's going to run towards me. So I run behind you so that he stands very close to you, and so I'm able to AoE them with a tier 1 if I need to. Acrobatic Bomber also AoE, so sometimes you can kill with that as well. But yeah, it turns out that Vandom isn't actually a bad guy, and brings us to Garfon Village, which is where he runs this little mercenary business. And we want to go and help him with one of his commissions before we set out for the next part of this chapter. But yeah, we purchased a colorful feather there. The colorful feather is an accessory which gives you aggro at the start of the fight. So this is very useful for later, which we're not going to equip it until like chapter 5 in this run. But it's going to be nice because it's going to give us a lot of safety when we're running through areas with a lot of monsters that can aggro you. So even though we have aggro turned off in DLC, I mentioned before, monsters that you get from salvaging can still aggro you. Monsters that are unique monsters can still aggro you. So those are like kind of like boss monsters that you can find. Basically upgraded versions of normal monsters, and they usually have like kind of funny names. Yeah, those can aggro you, and a lot of them can one-shot you, so you want to try to avoid those. And the colorful feather is going to be useful because we're going to give it to another driver later, and that driver is going to be taking the hits. So it's okay if they die, as long as your main driver doesn't die, the driver that you're controlling doesn't die, you won't get a game over. I aggro one monster there. That's to unlock Gathering Sparks level 2. So Gathering Sparks level 2, Gathering Sparks, you can level it up by engaging in combat. You don't actually have to really go and fight them. You can just throw a rock at them to lure them, which counts as one engagement. And every time Crosset goes into battle with either Pyra or Mithra in your party, you will gain 1 towards the counter. And I believe it's like 5 or something for Gathering Sparks level 2. That's the last one we need. And then right after that, I check Crosset's chart so I can actually unlock Gathering Sparks level 2. And then I level up Dolphin Spin to level 2. So this is a series. This is the first in a series of kind of a safety strats that I do. Some runners don't level up Dolphin Spin to level 2. It's strictly optional. But why I do it is because it increases the chance of you dropping 2 potions with your Dolphin Spin from 10 to 20%. So it's double the chance of dropping double the potions. Which is very nice because basically every single fight from now on is going to use... you're going to need potions for damage. And the more potions you have, the better. And the one weakness of Crosset is sometimes the potions land on your characters, and then that doesn't count because Nia needs to be the one that picks up the potions to get the damage. So having that extra chance to drop more potions is very, very nice. And really does add up for the rest of the run. And it takes about 6 or 7 seconds to teach. So in my opinion, it's very worth it. I always teach it. So in this fight, Vandom automatically inserts himself into the party. But here is where we start to learn more about driver combos, as if we weren't using them already. But in this fight, Rex gets his Anchor Shot upgraded, so he's able to topple. This is why Rex always uses Anchor Shot whenever you break an enemy, even before this. But so now, once this Anchor Shot is upgraded, every time you break an enemy, he's very likely to go into Pyra or Mithra, or... Oh, we don't have Mithra yet, so... Spoiler alert. But he's very likely to use Anchor Shot, basically, and that will topple enemies. And toppling gives you more potions, gives you more damage, and immobilizes enemies, so it's very useful. And yeah, now we go to the Elder Arachno fight. This is a fight that can be very trolly, especially if the spider decides to wombo combo you. Basically, it has a very dangerous attack called Termination Blast, which can one-shot you from about half your HP. It deals about 11 to 1200 damage. It's a lot of damage. And so you really want to not die in this fight. You want Rex to take as much aggro as he can. So I'm going to start the fight by using a tier 1. I don't get a break there, but it's fine. You don't really need that many potions for this fight, but I tend to get more for safety. So now I just want to... I typically do this fight very, very safely. Some of the runners do it a bit riskier, but faster. But I tend to take it very slowly and safely. So I build up my special here exclusively with Dolphin Spin, and I keep up my HP with potions. So it's going to use Termination Blast, so I need to heal up right here so I can survive it. And then I use Acrobatic Bomber. Once I get the break, I'm basically able to kill it with a tier 3 if I have enough potions. If you don't get a break, you want to wait for your tier 4 because it does a lot more damage than your tier 3. But yeah, since I got the break, I'm able to end the fight a bit faster. So I actually go to that split. So that was actually a very fast fight. For my standards. And you saw me gain a lot of time to world record there. That's because the record does an extra menu there, which I did. Which kind of evens out with what I did. So I lost time at the Arden split, but then I gained back that time at the Arachno split because we do menus at different times. Right now we're going to be introduced to chain attacks. Chain attacks are kind of like well, you'll be able to see, but this fight's very simple. If you can get a break, that's very nice. I don't manage to get a break, which is annoying, so I have to try to collect more potions. You want to collect 3 potions if you don't have enough, if you don't get a break. So I only have 2 so far, so I need 1 more potion. So I'm gonna get this last potion and start chaining. Oh, wait, I don't have enough. Oh, okay. I think I only had 2 potions, that's why I went for a break there. But I did get a break in the end. But yeah, chain attacks here, basically your whole party goes ham, starts dealing a lot more damage. As you can see, we have a 500% damage multiplier right now. So this is gonna be this is gonna allow us to finish enemies very quickly. But the main reason why we want to use chain attacks is because once we kill the enemy here, we start to get overkill. And as you can see, we have a 261% bonus. And this is applied to your XP and skill points SP rewards. So you're going to get 261% more XP and SP, which is very, very nice. And chain attacks basically are going to eliminate the need for grinding in this category, which is very, very nice for a speedrun. And we're going to get all the XP, all the SP that we need by making smart use of chain attacks. So that's the first chain attack we did there. Doesn't matter too much if you don't get a big overkill on echoes, because the XP doesn't matter in the long run. It's nice for now, I guess, if you get more XP. But yeah, we're gonna leave Garfon village here and gonna go to the capital Fonsamima. Echoes there was part of a group known as Torna. That's the same group that we met in chapter 1, the same group that had Malos and Jin in it. And also Nia, but Nia had a change of heart and decided to stop working with Torna and decided to help us. So Nia's one of us now. But Echoes is still one of the bad guys, and they want to take Pyra for themselves. But luckily we managed to fend Echoes off, and now we can make our way over to Fonsamima. But along the way, we're going to run into another enemy who also wants the power of the driver for himself. And this is someone we're going to be facing a few times. This is Zeke. And one of the funniest characters in this game, actually. I don't think there's anyone who dislikes Zeke. Very, very cool character. But yeah, here we have to fight him. And this fight's very simple. It's basically the same as the Arden fight. Gonna use my tier 1 and then my tier 2. Nice thing that Vandom can do is that when Rex topples an enemy, he has a chance to be able to launch the enemy, which will give us a lot more damage and potions. Yep, here he managed to launch. Crossset also has a skill which increases your damage done to launch enemies by a very large multiplier. So once Vandom gets a launch, it pretty much means that we can finish this fight, and the break here is a cherry on top. So yeah, we're gonna be able to finish Zeke here with a fusion combo. Very, very nice. Very fast fight here. And here I'm gonna do the first instance of a glitch known as Zombie Hover. By holding specific buttons, you can enter a death state. and can trick the game into thinking you're dead. So I'm gonna be able to jump down here and not and survive all the fall damage, which would otherwise kill us if we didn't activate the glitch. And this is going to be very useful because it's going to save us time not having to take detours, and instead we can just jump down. So we're going to make use of zombie hover a lot of times throughout the run. This is the first time we see it, and it saves about 25 to 30 seconds in this instance compared to taking the other way without zombie hover. So yeah, for that Zeke fight, you can actually use Tora as well. I believe the current the record at that time uses Tora. Vandom is faster if you get a launch, so that's why I decided to use Vandom here. And here, nice movement tag that I do. I swap to cross set before I jump up that last ledge. Because if you jump with Drone Mark, 99% of the time, he doesn't make the jump for some reason, and you have to jump twice. So by swapping to cross set, you can make that jump on the first try. And coming up here, we're going to do another clip. This is the Tardy Gate clip. It's pretty cool, and it looks flashy. It doesn't save that much time. It saves like, I don't know, like 7 to 10 seconds. But basically what you do, it's very easy, that's why we do it. But basically what you do is you go to the corner there. You want to go into the corner, swap your drivers, and I failed it here, so I'm gonna try again. But basically what you do is when you swap drivers, Joel Mark's sprite shifts. It kind of like shifts upwards, and that will clip you into the gate, and then you can move forward from there. So yeah, it's you can only do it when you're on Joel Mark because his sprite behaves in kind of a weird way, and it also removes our zombie hover state. So that's why we do it. It's very useful. So while in zombie hover state, you aren't able to trigger story flags like the red flag you see at the top of the screen. And you cannot skip any story flags in this game. So even though you have zombie hover, you can't just like skip the story flag and go to the next one. No, you have to finish every single cutscene in the story. But I mean, we can skip cutscenes, so it's not that big of a deal. But we just have to make sure that we remove zombie hover before we actually trigger cutscenes. Either that, or you can get on Dromark. So Dromark, again, his sprite behaves differently. While on Dromark, you can survive the fall damage, but you can also trigger cutscenes. You can't do that with any other blade. So yeah, that will come into play later. And yeah, but right now we're almost reaching Fonsamima. And a cool thing that Crosshat can do, because she's awesome. I love Crosshat, she's like my favorite blade. But yeah, she's awesome, so she can skate anywhere she wants. She's her design concept's like this kind of a demon skater girl with fireworks. So it's a very cool concept. And she can skate anywhere. She can skate on grass. She can skate up the stairs like you're gonna see right here. I'm gonna do this jump here, this cut some corners. Nice movement tech. And I got a long flight of stairs here, which Crosshat, because she's so good, she can skate up the stairs. Yeah, Crosshat's just a very bubbly personality. I love her personality a lot. Canonically, she's also a pirate fangirl. Yeah, she can also skate in water, but I don't think I do that here. Okay, now we're at Fonsamima. And the first thing we're gonna do when we go to Fonsamima is get into a fight. because why not? Gonna get into a fight. But this fight is very, very easy. It's basically the same as the Arden fight. You have a nearly 100% chance of breaking this enemy, unlike Zeke. It's the same with the Arden. You have a nearly 100% chance to break them unless you miss. So very easy. Dolphin Spin, Acrobatic Bomber into my tier 1. And then you collect the potion. If your tier 1 to go off, Rex will topple. Maybe Venom will launch, which will be very good. Yep, Venom launches, which basically means that the fight is over as once I get up my tier 2. So get my tier 2 up here. Rex is gonna miss the topple actually. But because we have so many potions that we don't need a topple anyway, which is actually faster because if you kill on the topple, the game will take 3 seconds to show you a fusion combo animation, like a burnout topple. But it doesn't happen with break on tier 2s, on second stage blade combos. I get stuck here in NPC for some reason. But yeah, so it actually saved us a couple of seconds there by not killing on a topple. So thank you, Rex, for not toppling. Funny enough. Right, we're gonna buy every single item here, which might look weird, but actually it unlocks 1 extra item in the shop. And then we sell 1 legendary core crystal to get more money. And core crystals we get from the DLC. And we buy the deeds, the knick-knack deeds from the shop. And this is going to increase our movement speed by 5%. Which doesn't sound like much because we do a lot of running in this game, it's going to end up saving minutes for the rest of the run. And this is a very easy item to acquire. And we have lots of money anyway, so definitely... Oh, excuse me there. Excuse me there. But yeah, it's a very easy item to pick up and definitely worth it to pick it up here. We used to, I think, pick up a second D later in the run that also increases movement speed, but because it's so late in the run, you don't do enough walking or running after that to make it worth it. So this is the only movement speed D that we pick up. Okay, this next fight is considered by many runners to be the hardest fight in the game. The reason being is because it's very, very... if RNG doesn't go in your favor, it can get very ugly. Basically, it's a fight against Akos and Malos. It's a 2-phase fight. The phase 1 is the one that is very annoying. They have a lot of reactions. They can break you, which can interrupt you. They can knock you back, blow you down. All of which they can break. They can topple you. Both of them can topple you. So yeah, it can interrupt a lot of your attacks. And basically, and that's one thing. And the other thing is you also need Rex to get up his tier 2 in time. So basically what you're going to do is you're going to get off your tier 1. And you're going to use Rex to tier 2. And then you're going to finish off with a Mega Explosion. So we do this fight. I do this fight in a very specific way. So I use my Dolphin Spin to generate potions. And then I use an art immediately cancel. You don't want to use Acrobatic Bomber. You don't want your Acrobatic Bombers to land here. And you don't want to use Healing Circle unless necessary. Because those will draw a lot of aggro from both of them. And you want to keep as much aggro off of me as possible. So you want to use exclusively Dolphin Spin to build up your tier 3. Which is what I'm doing. And you want to pick up at least 5 potions if you unless you want to fancy getting a break, which honestly you shouldn't. So yeah, 5 potions is what you want to try to get, and I believe I have enough at this point. So once the checkmate here expires, I'm going to use the Mega Explosion here. And yeah, if Rex doesn't get his tier 2 up before checkmate, chances are you will not be able to do Mega Explosion. There's a backup for that. You can do a Volcano on a double stack, which is basically a Volcano on Poppy's tier 1 and Crosset's tier 2 or tier 4 on the same break. But yeah, you don't want to have to resort to that. Okay, this is actually a new strat that we do for the second phase of the fight. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to swap to Rex, immediately disengage and run here. And I'm going to want Tora to die, so I'm going to try to push him off the cliff here. But I'm taking a while to do it, so I believe they actually kill Tora, so whatever. Once Tora dies, you can run here to this spot here. And this will set Malos up to do this, and then he will yeet himself off the cliff. Yay! And right now you pay respects to Venom again, and to set Echoes up in this spot right here. Basically, you want to set him up as close to the edge as possible. If he's already very close, you don't have to run there. But because he was pretty far, I decided to set him up here. Okay, I get the break here, which is very good. So basically, you want to use Corvin's tier 2 to push him off the cliff, because Corvin's tier 2 can knock back. So once the topple reaches about half the bar, I'm going to swap to Corvin, immediately use his tier 2 once Echoes gets up, and he's going to be launched off the cliff, and that's going to end the fight. So that's a very fast fight. I end with a chapter free time of 1 hour 14 minutes, which is very, very fast. Basically, sub 1:15 chapter 3 is considered very, very good for this category at the moment. So I'm very happy with my pace at this point in time. But yeah, that's a new strat that we do. It's basically the standard strat before that was to try to get a double topple stack nuclear blast, which would AoE both of them and kill both of them instantly. But this new strat isn't dependent on a break. It's not like completely 100% consistent, because sometimes Echoes doesn't get knocked back, but it's not reliant on the break. So it's, if you manage to pull it off, it's as fast as getting the topple stack, which I believe Makos has only a 40% chance of getting broken. So 60% of the time you're not going to get a fast kill. The drawback of using this strat is you get less XP, which gives you fewer levels for the upcoming chapters, which can matter sometimes. Like I said, the less levels you have, the less HP you have, which can be very scary. Yeah, whereas with the older strat, you would get more XP because you would either kill with a fusion combo or you would kill with a chain attack, which gives you more XP. But right now we're gonna do the gacha system of the game. Right now, like I mentioned, we're gonna need to start pulling blades for required field skills. What I'm gonna need is free fire mastery. No, not free fire. Free earth mastery, 2 fire mastery, 1 wind mastery. And I get Talos here, which is the leaping blade. And I'm just gonna want keen eye and preferably Boris and Perun. So I get a fire blade here. It's very nice. And I get Boris here. Boris is the most important blade to get in the run because he saves you 2.5 minutes. And I get the second fire blade. Once I get the second fire blade, I believe I will start pulling on Rex very soon. There are also pity groups in this game. Basically, once you start pulling once you pull enough common blades, your next pull will be guaranteed to be a pity blade. I get Nim and Florin, who are both earth blades, so looking pretty good right now. I only need 1 more earth blade, so I'm gonna start pulling on Rex here to hopefully get the last earth blade. And I get Agate here is a keen eye blade. And right now I'm gonna want to get Water Blade on Rex and for some combos later. And I want my last Earth Blade. And I'm continuing to pull on Legendary Crystals because I want to pull Perun, which will give me about a 1 minute time save. I pull a Water Spear on Rex, which is pretty nice. So spears and katanas are the best weapons you can get on Rex. And ideally you want fire and water, either spears or katanas, or basically anything that's not a healer blade, but spears and katanas are the best. So I stop at 4 legendary crystals and I go on to rare crystals because I still want to pull Perun, but you need to sell 4 legendary crystals later to have more money. So that's why you don't want to pull all your legendaries. I get Newt, who is a fire blade but doesn't have fire mastery, but for the purposes of using blade combos, she will suffice, and she's a katana as well, so she's pretty good to have. So right now I'm just trying to pull for my last earth blade, which I'm actually struggling with. Basically, the game can give you either electric or earth blades. They're in the same kind of group. And so if you see an electric blade, you can feel bad because the game could have given you... you basically lost the coin flip. to get an electric blade. You could have gotten an earth blade. You can see I'm already starting to lose time to my previous run and the current road record because of my blade pulls. So this can be a very frustrating part of the run for a lot of runners because there's nothing much you can do about the blades you get. You're basically just hoping that I get an electric blade there, so it feels bad, man, because I don't need one more earth blade. But yeah, there's nothing much you can do to control what blades you pull. And if you don't have Boreas, like, it's not the end of the run, but if you're going for a very optimized time, ideally you want Boreas. I finally get the last earth blade, so I'm gonna finish the Merc mission here. Merc missions are kind of like you can send blades to do quests to get more items and stuff. We're gonna do one Merc mission later, but this one's required for the story. So I'm gonna finish the Merc mission here. So yeah, once I got that last earth blade, it's all the elements I need. I already have my 2 fire blades, I already have my wind blade, and I have my 3 earth blades, and I have Boreas, which is the most important blade. I didn't get Perun, which normally you don't get Perun, but if you get Perun, it's a very nice bonus. And I got both Keen Eye and Leaping. Leaping doesn't matter. If you have Perun, you want Leaping. If you don't have Perun, then you don't need Leaping. It's fine if you don't get Leaping. But yeah, Keen Eye, I got it because Agate's a Keen Eye blade. Gorg's also a Keen Eye blade, but Agate's faster because Gorg you have to check his affinity chart to get Keen Eye. Okay, so that was not the best blade pull section, but I mean, we got Boreas and it wasn't very, very, very slow. So still not too bad. But I believe the record at that time didn't had Perun as well. So I'm behind. I'm even more behind the record because I don't have Perun. So I'm gonna have to get a very good run if I want to get a much better time. But yeah, we want to go grab that chest behind the boxes there because it's gonna give us an Ox core known as Hunter's Chemistry. Hunter's Chemistry is very important because it basically gives you more affinity at the start of the battle and it allows you to reach gold affinity a lot quicker. Gold affinity is very important to reach because not only does it increase your damage, it also decreases your increases your arts recharge, and also increases your movement speed and allows you to charge up your tier 4, which is what you're going to be using most of the time. So gold affinity is very important to have, and Hunter's Chemistry allows you to reach that a lot quicker. But the thing with Ox cores is that once you get the Ox cores, you need to go and refine them using collectibles, which is what we're going to use the vegetables for. You can't use them in their raw form. You have to go and refine them, which we're going to do in Moradane later. Right now we're trying to find we're trying to go to Moradane. So we come back to Argentum because we're trying to get on a ship to go to Moradane. So we're going to talk to Noban here and get a ticket, and we'll go back to our friends and say, hey, let's go to Moradane. So yeah, Boreas is very good to have. If you don't have Boreas, it's usually about 2 to 2.5 minute time loss. So a lot of runners will reset if they don't get Boreas. I'm actually one of the crazy ones who will still run without Boreas, given if I have good enough fast enough blade pulls. So let's say I get all my earth blades, all my fire blades, and my wind blade, water blade, everything very quickly, and I don't have Boreas, I will probably still take that because I will lose maybe like a minute. It's not too much. Swap Nia back with Rex. And then we're going to go to Moradane. Gonna go on to Moradane, except not really. Someone decides to steal Rock's core crystal. Oh yeah, if I didn't mention, when drivers die, their core crystal, their blades go back to the core crystals. So if you could probably tell, Venom did die when we fought Akos and Malos. That's why Rock went back to his core crystal. But yeah, someone decided to steal Rock's core crystal there, so we have to chase him down. But yeah, at that fight in chapter 3, basically what happened was it's a very emotional cutscene, and there's a song known as Drifting Souls start playing. Very emotional song, and Vandam dies, and Mithra awakens. Rex doesn't want to lose to Malos, and foolishly almost kills himself, almost gets himself killed, and Mithra finally awakens. So Mithra is the true form of the Aegis. So Pyra is revealed to be kind of this persona, or something like a persona that Mithra created, an alternate self that Mithra created because she didn't want she wanted to not, she didn't want her power to lose control again. And she basically, in the Aegis War that happened 500 years ago, a lot of bad stuff happened, and Mithra is very upset. So she created Pyra to be this persona that she feels is the ideal form of herself. So there's a lot of backstory that goes behind Mithra, and she's honestly one of the best characters in the game. I really cannot do justice with my explanations. But yeah, she's a very complex character, definitely one of the best characters in the game. Definitely do check the story out. And you get a lot more backstory if you play the DLC version, the DLC game, which is Torna. Very, very awesome DLC. Basically, for $30, you get so much more in the base game, plus you get one more game. That's one of the most valuable bang for your buck DLCs I've ever seen. I get an insane bird spy here. I basically can AoE all of them. Super, 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 super good fight. But yeah, so basically we found out that these kids wanted to steal Rock's core crystal because their home is being attacked by a bunch of bandits. So we're gonna be like, okay, stealing's very bad, but we'll go and deal with the bandits for you. So you just stay put and don't steal anymore. So now we're gonna go to the brigands' hideout to take out the bandits. We're gonna pull Rock's core crystal here to clear away this ether miasma, which some people like to call just a Titan's fart. So yeah, basically just using Rock to disperse this fart here. That's basically what it is. Excuse me. Yeah, this is the only time, apart from in chapter 2, where we use Rock to clear the ether miasma. And this fight is basically a rehash of the Vandam fight, except Benjamin the Brain, which is supposed to be sort of like Vandam, is not very tanky, so they die pretty quickly. But the fight starts basically the same. We start on good Zach because he's like Zuo, he will taunt you later. I'm gonna build up damage as well. And I use my tier 1, Rex topples, which is very nice, gets me more potions. Pick up more potions. And then I want to get another break on Gerzak and finish him off with another tier 1. So I believe that's what I do here. I actually target Benjamin the Brain here, because I'm going to be able to AoE Gerzak with Corset's tier 1 because they're close enough. So that's going to allow me to get more damage on Benjamin while accomplishing the same thing of killing Gerzak. And I go for Joe here because I'm gonna let my party members take care of Benjamin. So Benjamin's gonna go down here, and Joe's also gonna go down. So a pretty good fight. Managed to get some good AoE. But it could be faster. And yeah, that's the last fight before we get to go to Moradane. So Moradane's where Morag is from. If you remember Morag, she was the person we fought at the end of chapter 2. And but why, I believe we want to come to Moradane. Can't remember exactly the reason why we want to go to Moradane, but I really can't remember the reason right now. But there is something that we have to do here. So here we are in Moradane. It's like the desert wasteland section of part of the world. The Gorma was like the green place. Uriah was more trees and more flowers. Moradane's the wasteland / desert place. So we have to go up to Alba Cavendish, which is the capital. Along the way, I'm gonna aggro one more monster to get Gathering Sparks level 3. So this is gonna upgrade our Gathering Sparks even more. And in the meantime, I can check my levels. So Nia's at level 23. That's the important part. Nia had if Nia's level 22 here, I mean it's still doable. It's just a bit more risky because she will have about 2000 HP instead of 2080. As you can see here, Gathering Sparks 3. You want to unlock Gathering Sparks 3 because we're going to check Crosset's chart very soon. And if you don't have Keen Eye Blade, you can purchase a couple of extra. You can purchase more desserts in Alba Cavendish here because there's a backup method. You can get 1 extra level of Keen Eye. Obviously, it's faster to just get a Keen Eye Blade, so you don't want to do this if possible. But if you don't have Keen Eye, it's not the end of the world. You can just use more desserts later. But I do have Keen Eye, so I don't have to do that. And yeah, if you didn't have Boreas, after the bandits, you would go and talk to more Nobons, like what we did in Chapter 2. I purchased the gear vest. I sell the 4 legendary core crystals. I purchased the gear vest, purchased the bit ball attachment, and then I purchased the zero barrel, of course. So the gear vest is another safety item which I pick up, which a lot of runners don't. It's gonna give Rex more HP because Rex is the squishiest person right now. Nia has the Abyss vest, so she has more HP. So Rex is the squishiest person right now, and he can get 2-shot by the next boss. Or 1-shot, or he can die very easily on the next boss if he's at a low level, which he is because he's level 22. So he has a lot less HP here. The ball attachment is an item which we're going to give to Nia to increase Crosset's damage. It increases specific weapons damage by 25%. And this is very nice, particularly because the attachment weapons function differently. They are not additive multipliers. So, for example, Crosset's Gathering Spark is an additive multiplier. So your base damage, your base attack, which is your Crosset's auto attack, gets multiplied by the additive damage, then gets multiplied by crit modifiers and stuff like that. So it's nice because the ball attachment affects Crosset's auto attack stat, and then that gets compounded by Gathering Spark. So basically your damage is going to be increased by 25%, pretty much. As opposed to, let's say you have an accessory which increases your additive damage by, let's say, 50%. If you have like max stacks, they'll increase your damage from 500% to 550%, which is only a 10% increase. So that's not... You basically... With ball attachment, you don't get diminishing returns as you would with other stacks, other types of damage increases. And Crosset already has so much additive damage multiplier that it doesn't make sense to add more additive sources of damage on her. The ball attachment is a very nice accessory for those purposes, and it's very cheap as well. Crosset also happens to be a bit ball blade. But yeah, I do a few zombie harbors here to skip having to take detours. And then we're going to do one last menu here before the next boss. And here we're going to pull Wolfric. Here you can overdrive blades to Rex if Rex doesn't have the required blades, but because I have the katanas on him and the fire blades on him and the water blades on him, I don't need to overdrive here. I pull Wolfric. Wolfric's an attacker blade, so if you have an attacker blade on your driver, it's going to increase your damage by 10%. So Wolfric's nice to have for more damage. I'm going to put Hunter's Chemistry, which we crafted just now, on Wolfric, and then I'm going to check the Crosset's chart. I'm going to unengage every blade on Rex except for Mithra, and I put 1 fire blade on him because we're going to use that for combos. And then I'm going to put the gear vest on Rex, I put the ball attachment on Nia, and then I'm gonna give Nia the Monarch Repair Jelly, which means she has double arts recharge items right here. And this is going to allow her to charge up her arts very, very quickly. So we're going to have access to potions and healing circles basically all the time. So this next boss fight, a lot of people consider Malos to be the hardest boss fight, but personally for me, Lila 1 is the hardest boss fight in the game. The reason being is because she does a lot of damage. She rocket kick basically two-shots you. And her auto attacks deal like 400 damage each. She does so much damage, and you have a very hard time keeping up your heals. She has a very if you are under level, you're at a risk of dying here. Even at level 23, she can kill you reasonably. And rocket kick also interrupts your art, so basically, you need to time your arts in a way that she does your heals in a way that she doesn't interrupt it. So that's the most important part. You never want to have your heal art interrupted by rocket kick. If that happens, you're basically going to die because she's gonna kill you. And so I get a break here, which is very nice. If you have a break, you only need like 3 to 4 potions to kill. If you don't, you need 6 or 7 potions. So that's why I like Nurse Repair Jelly. Some runners leave the Whisper Recorder on until they get another skill later, which would let you get your special faster, but your arts don't come as often. So with Nurse Repair Jelly, you get your special a bit slower, but you get arts faster. So it's safer because you have more potions, which gives you more healing, and you also have more healing. And potions give you more damage as well. The problem with these fights is that if your teammates take a lot of your potions, you're kind of screwed when it comes to damage. So yeah, I really like having the Nurse Repair Jelly. It's a lot safer than having Whisper Recorder and Parapha there. And Morak used to be a very difficult fight, but nowadays she's not very difficult anymore. We do this fight differently as well now. So we used to do a Mega Explosion strat on Morak, but now we do a Volcano strat, which is a lot faster. But it's a bit riskier in the sense that you need a break to end the fight right now. So this fight's you want to start with a tier 1 on a soldier to get pots, and also to kill the soldiers because you don't want them ganging up on you. At the same time, you want to pay attention to your teammates' HP and heal them when they're low on HP. So Tora is getting low, so I'm probably going to heal him right here. And yeah, you want to take out the soldiers and build up your build up to tier 3 at the same time. So yeah, I got a lot of potions here. I'm basically at full stack. So right now I'm going to build up to my tier 3. The topple here doesn't matter. It's just going to immobilize Morak for a while, which is nice because she does a lot of damage. You don't want Morak to do too much damage. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to set Tora here to have his... I'm going to try to get my tier 4 on a topple. Here I get a topple stack, which is going to give me a lot more damage. So if you get 2 specials on the same driver combo, you're going to get a lot more damage. You don't actually need a topple stack for this fight, but in this case, it's just going to give us a lot more damage, which is nice. So this is going to give us a very large overkill. We use Volcano here because it's fast, and also Volcano has a very large AoE, a DOT. It has the highest DOT effect in the game, DOT damage. As you can see, the ticks are giving us a lot of bonus damage. 15,000 per tick, that's a lot. And you notice that I'm not hitting the button combos, the button prompts in these chain attacks. That's because normally what I'll do is I'll mash B to clear to get my specials faster in the chain attack. But in this case, you actually want to do it slower so you get more DOT from Volcano, which will give you more overkill. And you want as largest an overkill as you can get on this fight, because you're going to want that XP for more levels for the upcoming fights. And also you want more skill points, which you'll be using to unlock Arts Chain later. Arts Chain is a skill that allows you to cancel arts into each other, so that's going to drastically speed up your fights. We don't have it now, which is why the Whisper Recorder technically is still faster to get your specials. But once we get Arts Chain, it's double pouch arts recharge items all the way. Okay, right now I'm just gonna run more errands. Gonna do another zombie hover here. There is another parkour method which you can do, but it's a bit slower. So zombie hover, we usually just do zombie hover here. What you want to do is you want to land on these barrels right here, which will trigger the next cutscene. Of course, you have to be on draw mark for that. Now we're gonna warp back. And we're gonna go to the market here. And this NPC, we need information from this NPC, but he's not gonna tell us anything unless we purchase something from him. So that's what we're gonna do. And yeah, basically right now, Lila, the boss we just fought, she's actually an artificial blade as well, and that's kind of strange because Poppy is supposed to be the first artificial blade, and it turns out that Lila is actually the first is actually the artificial blade that Tora's dad was working on. So Tora's dad has been missing for a very long time, and Tora basically wants to find his father. And seeing Lila basically proves to Tora that his father is still alive, because before basically what happened in the past was that Tora's dad and his grandfather were working on Lila together, but then his someone kidnapped his dad and killed his grandfather, so Lila wasn't finished. So the fact that Lila is working means that Tora's dad is alive. So Tora really wants to go and find his dad right now, and we're basically trying to track down Lila and find out where what's going on, what's happening here. And this is the part where Boris is going to be very useful. Basically, there are some barrels which we need to scrutinize that we need Knob-on Wisdom level 3 on. So we have 2 levels of Knob-on Wisdom on Poppy, so we need 1 more level. So Boris is Knob-on Wisdom level 1. So if we don't have Boris, we have to go and talk to more Knob-ons, 40 Knob-ons this time, not 20, to get Knob-on Wisdom level 3 on Poppy. And that's going to take a very long time, so having Boris saves you 2 minutes here. And another short note is that it's actually more optimal to have Boreas and Rex. Sometimes if you know that you're going to get Boreas because Boreas is in one of the PD groups, if you know you're going to get Boreas, you want to, I would generally try to pull on Rex so I can get Boreas and Rex. And because I want Boreas and Rex because it saves a bit of menuing later, but it's not that big of a deal. It's like, maybe it's like 7 seconds. But yeah, every bit of time counts, and I try to save as much time as I can, even when I'm pulling for blades. So I'm gonna go to Alba Cavendish here. Once we see the barrels, we want to go and report them to Morak. Oh yeah, what happened was that Morak saw us again, she fought us again, and then we defeated her again, and she decides, and she goes, okay, fine. I will stop pursuing you for now. And so she decides to work with us for now, and get to the end of this artificial blade situation. She basically saw that an artificial blade was wreaking havoc on the town, and there is no other artificial blade that's known to man than Poppy, so everybody just assumed that it was Poppy. But in fact we know it's Lila. But so here we're proving to Morak that it's not because of us, it's because of Lila, and we're going to investigate the situation. And here we do another zombie hover, and this is to skip a trigger here. If you try to go into the palace here, the guard will stop you and chase you away. So by doing zombie hover, you get on Dromer, and then you go off so you don't trigger the cutscene. And then once you're past the cutscene, you can go back to Dromark and tag Heartache Dog level 2 here, which we're gonna warp to later. So this is also a new strat that the record didn't do. It saves a bit of time over the previous route because you can skip having to tag Fourth Ridge entrance, which is somewhere, which is another place you would tag with the old route. You want to tag places because it gives you more bonus XP and SP, which can be very important for getting Archchain and more levels later. So Heartache Dog level 2, the strat we call it early Heartache Dog. It gives you the same XP JP, but you can skip tagging Fourth Ridge entrance, which saves a bit of time. And so Normally in the past we would warp to Forfridge entrance there, and then now we just do a zombie hover. And to remove the zombie hover state, I'm going to unequip Boris here. So when you change blades or when you change drivers, that removes zombie hover state. So if Boris was a Rex here, I wouldn't need to go into the menu to re-equip cross-set. I would just have Boris on Rex, and then I can go to the Merc missions, send Boris on the Merc mission, which would automatically unequip him, and that would remove my zombie hover state. So I would save maybe like 5-7 seconds there. But yeah, we want to send Blaze on that Merc mission because it's going to give us our second Hunter's Chemistry Aux Core. So we have one right now, but we're going to use another one. And I just learned today that Hunter's Chemistry applies to your whole party, not just your driver. So that's very nice. We want to have as much affinity as we can. Basically, having 2 Hunter's Chemistries is like, it gives you gold affinity at the start of the battle. It's very, very quick. Here we want to Zeke again. And yeah, he challenges us again. This fight's very simple. It's way easier than Lila and Morak, and you're a lot higher level here, so you're not so squishy anymore. And you basically just still want to look out for your art's timings. Dynamic Spark Sword can knock you back and interrupt your healing art, so you want to make sure you heal before that or after that. So yeah, but you don't need that many potions for this fight, and his break resistance isn't very high, unlike Lila. So I believe I can get I break him here, and I'm going to charge up my tier 4. So I want to try to finish this off with a fusion combo because it'll give me more XP and SP. SP is really what I'm looking for right now. I'm pretty good on XP right now, so I'm just looking for more SP so I can get Arch Chain early. So yeah, if you see, I lost about 30 seconds to the record. That's because I tagged the Heartache Dog. But I'm gonna gain that 30 seconds back later. I also lost 14 seconds to my PB because of the extra Boris menu and some other maybe load times or something. So I probably only lost about 16 seconds to record, but I'm gonna gain 30 seconds back later, which means I net a total of 15 seconds of time save, which is pretty nice. So yeah, we come to this abandoned factory, which is where we discover that people are producing artificial blades. And yeah, we're trying to get to the bottom of this situation and also find Tora's dad. Chapter 4, this part of Chapter 4 is really just a character arc for Tora. Tora is actually one of a very good character in this game. I know a lot of people don't like him because he's not on and he talks funny, but Tora really has a very good story and also has the strongest blade in the game, Poppy Cutie Pie, which we don't use in speedrun because to unlock Cutie Pie you have to do a quest, which obviously we're not going to do because it's a speedrun. So unfortunately Tora doesn't get to shine in this run quite as much, but I still like him a lot. He's a very cool character. Probably one of those characters that it's kind of like Rex. Start off, don't think too highly of them, but eventually they become very powerful drivers with very good blades. Okay, so these tokens here, nothing much to say. You want to try to AoE them as much as you can. So I break them here, use my tier 1. Rex gonna topple, give me more potions. So yeah, they don't seem to be standing very close to each other. So I try to get some AoE here. Nice, that's some nice AoE. I get 3 of them in the AoE. So I'm just gonna be able to finish this last one here. Yeah, you notice I swapped targets there. I used my break on one of them and then I swapped targets to the other one so I can get more AoE. Okay, so here we got Lila again. This time Lila is a lot easier because we're at a much higher level, so she's not going to kill us. The only thing now is if you don't manage to kill her with your tier 4, you're going to need to probably chain attack because she's going to use a move called Thunder Kick, which will kill you. But it's the same thing. You want like 6 to 7 potions if you don't have a break. But because you have a lot more HP, you don't have to heal as much, so I have a lot more luxury to get potions. I believe at this point I'm already very good on potions. So I'm going to use Rex's burnout here. And then I'm going to try to get a break. If I don't, it's fine. So yeah, she goes for Ether Barrier here. So I try to get one more break and then I go for the tier 4 here. So I don't get a break, which is fine. I have a lot of potions, so this will kill. I believe it actually falls short of killing it. Maybe... Nope, yeah, it does kill. I had a lot of damage there, so I knew that would kill. Normally at around Ether, when she uses Ether Barrier, that's when you can be confident that she's gonna die, as long as you have like 6 or 7 potions. Okay, here's another clip. Factory clip. This one's very stressful. Basically what you want to do is you want to run to this wall here. Bunch of people have different setups. I prefer to zoom in. And then you want to jump at a specific spot. And I jumped a bit too early, so I landed before the pipe there. You want to land on the pipe. So that was unfortunate. I lost a bit of time. So here I try to get my setup. Again, I believe I do make the jump this time. So yeah, there's a second try factory clip. Oh yeah, you have to land on this, land on the door there. So, which is, for me, it's the easier part. Some people find the landing on the door harder. For me, I find clipping in harder. But yeah, that can be stressful. Especially if you fail over and over. I lost a bit of time there, which is unfortunate. So this is a two-phase fight as well. I'm gonna get some potions. Break. Tier 1. He will usually use Bam Bam Rocket here, which would topple you, like here. Unfortunately, also topple Rex because I'm dumb and I ran and got Rex in the AoE of Bam Bam Rocket. I think this last tier 1 here should be able to finish. Okay, so we got the second phase, and Tora joins back with an upgraded form of Poppy, Poppy QT, and got that rocking that maid outfit and everything. QT is a fire blade, so that's very nice for combos. But I believe in this run, I decided to go for a different strat. I decided to, instead of using Mega Explosion, I decided to go for Volcano. And basically it's faster because it's kind of like the Morak fight. At this point I needed to chain because I didn't have enough SP. So instead of going for a chain with a Mega Explosion, which would be a 2-round chain, I decided to go for a chain with a Volcano, which would be a 1-round chain, which would save me 20 seconds over a 2-round chain. So what I want to do is to get a topple and then go for my tier 4. Unfortunately, this topple comes a bit too early, so I'm not able to make use of it. And Tora also swapped off Poppy. So now I'm losing time because I have to wait for Tora to get back to Poppy Alpha. And also Lila has very high, Rosa has very high break resist. So I'm having a lot of trouble getting the break here. So yeah, in the end, my my gamble here didn't pay off. Once Tora goes back to Poppy Alpha, I'm just gonna go straight for my tier 4. Okay, yeah, I decide to go for my tier 4 before Spinning Beam because it's going to blow me down. and waste me time. So I decided to just go for Volcano here. Go for tier 1, I believe, to get more damage in before I go for a chain attack. So I just need a bit of an overkill so I can get some extra JP SP. So I don't really care about how much overkill I get, I just need a bit. So I'm just kind of trying to rush through this chain as quickly as possible. I'm already losing time. So yeah, as I can see, I lost about 1 minute to my gold there. Partially also because I failed a factory clip once. So that wasn't a very good fight. But basically I needed to do that to make sure I had Arch Chain for this next fight, because if you don't have Arch Chain for this next fight, it's gonna make it a bit sketchier. So here I teach Arch Chain and Nia. This is gonna speed up my fights drastically. And I'm gonna put a Water Blade on Rex this time. And the reason why we want to use a Water Blade for some of these fights is because we want to use Steam Explosion instead of Mega Explosion. Steam Explosion has an AoE damage, deals AoE damage. So Mega Explosion single target, but Steam Explosion can get multiple enemies. So in fights like these where there are multiple enemies, we're going to try to use Steam Explosion to kill multiple of them. And now there you see I have Arch Chain. I'm gonna be able to chain arts into each other. It's gonna make our fights very, very quick. The game can soft lock you if you get a break here, and then Rex topples while you go for Mikkel. Yeah, okay. Basically, if I was very worried there because Tor toppled. So basically, if you end the fight and Mikkel doesn't have the weapons with him, his blades weapons with him, then the game will soft lock. So I went by tier 1 thinking that I didn't get a topple, but then Tora decided to topple, so that gave me a heart attack because I thought I was gonna soft lock the game. Fortunately not. But here, this fight is where you want to try to end with a Steam Explosion to get as much AoE as possible. So right now I'm just trying to build up damage with potions and build up my tier 4. So get more damage, get more potions. And I'm going to use my tier 1. Then once Rex gets his tier 2, I'm going to use that. And I get a break here, which is very nice. So once Steam Bomb goes up, I'm not going to wait for my tier 4. Pachoka decides to come close to me, which is very good. So once Steam Bomb goes up, I'm going to use tier 3 here, because that's going to be enough damage to kill both of them with the potions I have. And because of Crosset's insane multipliers with Fusion Combo. So I have a very fast fight here because I'm able to end it with a tier 3 instead of waiting for my tier 4. But normally what you would do there is you would use a tier 4. So Crosset's tier 4 has a blowdown effect. So what you would try to do is, usually Pachoka wouldn't be so close to you. In this case, she was kind of dumb and she ran towards me, but normally you're not that lucky. Normally what you have to do is you want to try to blow Mikkel down into Pachoka. So as long as she's not standing too far away from you, which sometimes she does, you want to angle Mikkel in such a way that Mikkel's in the middle of Pachoka and Crosset. So that way Crosset will launch Mikkel all the way to Pachoka and then get both of them in the AoE. If you don't get Pachoka in the AoE, I usually try to recover the fight by doing Morak tier 1 into Crosset's tier 4. So burnout, which would usually be enough to kill Pachoka. But that will waste you about maybe like 30 seconds. So getting the AoE there is very, very nice. Alright, here's another safety strat that I do. I'm the only runner who does this at the moment, I think. So what I do is I start to aggro monsters here. This is to get Gathering Sparks level 4. So we have level 3 now. I want level 4. And I'm going to need to aggro 5 more monsters from this point to get Gathering Sparks level 4. And each aggro is about maybe 1 second. So it's about a 5-second investment. But I'm going to get so much more damage with my potions. And mainly it's because in this chapter there's a gauntlet of boss fights at the end. And every bit of damage helps. Especially for the last boss, which is the core fight. And I'll explain why, when we get there, why the damage is so important. But basically this chapter, chapter 5, is a lot of walking. We are trying to get to Indal right now. And so the best way to get to Indal is through Leftheria, which happens to be Rex's hometown, so we're going to go there first. And we're going to go to a port at Leftheria, near Leftheria. No, a port near Fonzet Village, which is Rex's hometown. And then we're going to go to Indal from there. So it's a bit of walking until we get there. But at the end of this chapter, there is a gauntlet. So this chapter is walking, 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 then lots of bosses. And like I said, along the way, I'm gonna aggro some enemies so I can get Gathering Sparks level 4. And yeah, this is a great time if you're in a marathon, for example, to read donations. There's a section later, which is just about like a minute of walking, which you can go to the restroom if you need to. And yeah, this is a good time to relax and unwind, because chapter 4 is very, very stressful. Not only do you have blade pulls at the start, you have, first off, at the end of chapter 3, you have Malos, which is a stressful fight. Then you have blade pulls, which is just RNG hell, and then you go to Moradin, and you have Lila, which is terrible, terrible fight. Then you have Morag, which can sometimes troll you if you don't get a break, and she also deals a lot of damage, so she can kill you if you're not careful. Then you have the Factory Clip. Then you have Rosa, which normally you don't kill unless you get a fusion combo, and she has very high break resist. Then you have Patmic, which you really want the AoE for. So, as you can see, chapter 4 is just a whole bunch of very, very annoying fights. And very, very stressful chapter in general. I finished with a time of 56:46, which is very good. So, I think there was a time when 2-hour chapter 4 used to be considered good. So we're at a point where 156 is the new standard, basically. 158 feels kind of slow to me, but it's still very good. But yeah, 156 is a very nice pace that I'm on right now. And getting the AoE on Patmic really helped a lot, because I didn't get that in my previous PB before this run. I believe I already aggroed 5 enemies, so I don't have to aggro anymore. We don't have Gathering Sparks yet, but at the end of the Leftheria section, we're going to face Zeke one more time. And that's going to give us the last encounter that we need for Gathering Sparks level 4. So yeah, just nice music here, really chill. I like Leftheria a lot. It has very nice, has some very chill sceneries and very nice music. The soundtrack in this game is just very, very, very good. It's one of my favorite soundtracks and probably my favorite game on the Switch so far. And I just really, really like this game. I think I finished it like 2 or 3 times. And I got into speedrunning because I started watching Anel's videos. So Anel was a big inspiration for me to start speedrunning this game. So I'm very happy to be able to bring to you this commentary. And yeah, speedrunning this game has just been really fun for me. I really, really enjoy speedrunning this game, even though there's a lot of RNG. And it's a 4-hour run. And it's very hard. But it's been very rewarding for me to learn the speedrun, get better, see myself improve. So it's been a very, very fun time. I love speedrunning this game, and I wish I can bring that enjoyment that I have to whoever's watching. Hopefully you all can appreciate that and appreciate the work that we put into routing, into learning the route and everything. So I'm trying to do my best to explain all the decisions that I make, all the things that we do in this route and everything. But yeah, before we knew it, we were actually already past the halfway mark. So even though we're only at chapter 5 right now, the end of chapter 4 is pretty much the halfway mark in the game, in the run, because the last the second half of the game is a lot faster than the first half. Like the first half of the chapters. Last few chapters like very short, so that's why. So I end up at Fonset Village here. And this is Rex's hometown, and Pyro's very excited to be here. Yeah, and here we learn more about Rex's past. So Rex is actually an orphan. His parents brought him to Leftheria, to Fonset Village, and then they shortly after they passed away. And Rex was taken in by a lady known as Corrine, who has been raising Rex for up to he left Fonset to go and work as a salvager. And this is where he sends all his money back to, so Rex is a very good boy. And that's one of the reasons why Jin and Malos wanted Rex to commission Rex to salvage up the ship, the ancient vessel, and get Pyro, is because there was a door on that ship that only Leftherian descendants of this person known as Adam, who was the original driver of the Aegis. Descendants of Adam could unlock, and Rex happens to be one of those descendants. Basically, people on Leftheria are descendants of Adam, I believe. So yeah, that's why Rex is such an important person. And right now we're going to leave Bonsai Village, so this is where we will get into our next fight. Want to avoid this unique monster here. I believe his name is the Skyfist Remington. Fortunately, he's very blind, so he can't see you even though you're walking like a meter apart from him. And I'm gonna face Zeke here again for one last time. And it's the third time we're facing Zeke. And this fight can sometimes be very troll if you don't get a break. You really want a break to finish this fight, just because he has quite a bit of HP and you need the extra damage. The extra damage. If you have enough potions, sometimes you don't need a break, but at that point it's like normally you already have been fishing for a break and you didn't get it, so you're really losing time. But yeah, I want to get a few potions and finish this fight with either Steam Explosion or Mega Explosion on a break. So I get my Steam Explosion up here, trying to get as many potions as I can, just in case I don't get a break. So I believe I get a break here, so immediately go into my tier 4. So not too bad of a fight. Cossette's tier 4 is just really, really strong. Does a whole ton of damage, and with all the modifiers that you have, it's going to be the main method of finishing bosses. So now we're in Indal. We take Tora out of the party because we no longer need it. Morak's just a lot better because she does a lot more damage with Rigid. And that's important because to keep aggro, you need to deal damage, and Tora just doesn't deal enough damage. Because Poppy doesn't do a lot of damage, and Poppy's just kind of slow in general, very clunky to use. So we put Morak in the party. Later, we are going to upgrade Bridget very shortly. And Morak is going to be the third member of the party for most of the rest of this run, basically. Yeah, Morak decides to join us, join a party. After what happened at the end of chapter 4. And Zeke here, after we beat Zeke for the third time, it's revealed to us that Zeke actually doesn't want the power of the Aegis for himself. He's just testing us, and to see whether we are worthy of being granted access to Indal. So, unfortunately, because he's very unlucky and he was planning to settle it on the first time he met us in Uriah, but because he's very unlucky, he kept falling off cliffs and getting hit by boulders and stuff like that. So he only everything was finally settled after the third fight. Zeke's a very nice character. Is a very cool character, very comedic character. Unfortunately, we don't use Zeke in this run because it's kind of slow to use Zeke. We have better options. So the only purpose of using Zeke is to put extra blades on him for more field skills, unfortunately. But Zeke is one of the best drivers when it comes to post-game content, which obviously we don't do in Speedrun. So right here, we're just making our way through Indal, running a few errands, some cutscenes, and then we can go to the next area. And what happens here is that we are meeting the Praetor Amalthus, who is sort of like the religious leader in this place, Indal, which is like the religious capital in the game. And while Rex is talking to Amalthus, he gets visions of Malos over Amalthus. So it's already being foreshadowed that Amalthus probably isn't the most pleasant of people. But at this point, nothing much happens yet. So all we're getting is inklings that Amalthus might not be a very good person. But what happens here is that we will be sent to Temperentia because there's a Temperentia where they were doing some excavation for some very dangerous weapons, Titan weapons. And one of the weapons goes out of control and starts wreaking havoc. And then countries start blaming each other. Uriah and Moradane start blaming each other and stuff like that, and we have to go there and resolve it. And I wonder who is behind all of this. But we'll see when we get there. This is I believe the last cutscene we have before we leave Temperentia. One of the last cutscenes. So we have to pick up Morag again after this cutscene, and then we can leave Indal for Temperentia. So get Morag back here, go to the wharf, and then we can leave. We're gonna do another zombie hover, and this is a very, very important zombie hover, because basically there's a cutscene in Temperentia which, after you trigger it, activates a death plane. So every time when you cross that death plane, you will die. And by using zombie hover, we can skip the cutscene so we don't activate the death plane, and basically gives us access to the rest of Temperentia early. And this is very important because we want to pick up some core ships known as the Shining Star Ships, which are essentially endgame star ships. They're going to increase our damage by a lot, and it's very, very worth it to pick it up right now, because they're going to be so useful for all of the upcoming fights. So I do the zombie hover there, and after that I pick up the chest right here to get the beta scope. The beta scope is also one of the most important items that we pick up in the run. What it does is that it decreases enemy break resistance by 25%. So it's a flat 25% break resistance reduction. So that's going to make us a lot more likely to break enemies from now on, which is very nice. And we're going to give it to Nia because she's going to be doing most of the breaking later. And yeah, I'm gonna go on Dromark for a while. I'm gonna attack some landmarks. Before this next cutscene, I'm gonna swap to my other blades so as to not trigger the cutscene. You don't want to be on your other blades right now because while in the zombie hover state, every time you jump or you fall off something, you cannot jump anymore. You get stuck in this hovering state, which is why it's called the zombie hover state. But yeah, once I get past this rock, I'm gonna swap over to my blade. It's gonna skip this cutscene, skip past this cutscene right here. And then once I get to about here, I'm gonna swap back to draw mark so I can tag Overlook Hill. So I can warp back later. And then I'm gonna tag Haggle's sword tip here. And once I tag Haggle's sword tip, I'm gonna swap to my blades, other blades again. And then I'm gonna jump off here. Right now, I'm gonna wait for my Merc mission to come back. It will come back around this section, around this time. So I'm waiting for my Mercury to come back. There it is. So once I finish the Merc mission, I'm gonna be able to get my second Hunter's Chemistry Ox Core, which we won't be using yet, but I want to collect it in the same menu to save menu time. So right now I'm gonna start overdriving blades. As you recall, we needed 3 Earth Blades, so I already have like Nim and Florin. I'm gonna overdrive Keen Eye to Morak. Gonna give a Wind Blade to Morak to save menu later. And I'm gonna give 2 Earth Blades to Zeke and then 1 Earth Blade to Rex. So I believe Rex already has 1 Earth Blade, so I don't need to overdrive any Earth Blades to him. So I just need to give Nim and Florin to Zeke. I'm gonna equip Corvin here. And the Earth Blade. I'm going to equip Corvin to set up the next menu, and then I'm going to put 3 Earth Blades total in my party. So this next chest that we're going to... we need to excavate the chest, which would take 3 Earth Mastery, and... not 3 Earth Mastery. 4 Earth Mastery, because we have Wolfric, which gives us 1 Earth Mastery. So 4 Earth Mastery and 2 Fortitude, which is supplied by Crossette and Cutie Pie. Not Cutie Pie, QT. Poppy QT. And that's going to give us a chest which will give us 3 Shining Starships, which are, again, our endgame starships. Endgame core chips, which should increase our damage by a very large amount. So I believe right now our auto attack with Crossette is like 250 or 300. The Shining Starship is going to double that, so it's going to give us a lot more damage. And we're going to give 1 Starship to Crossette, 1 to Corvin, and 1 to Bridget, because they're going to be the main blades they're going to be using. We want to give the Starship to Bridget so she does a lot more damage and is able to keep more aggro. Corvin, because he's going to be very important. He's going to be a very important damage dealer later. And Crossette, because, well, she's Crossette. We're going to be using her. So I want to go to Overlook Hill. And then once I come with the cutscene, I'm going to be mashing my start button to do the menu. So I'm going to check Crossette's chart here to unlock Gathering Sparks level 4. I'm going to give her the Shining Starship. And then I'm going to give Corvin and Bridget the other Shining Starships. This is why I wanted Corvin the menu, because I'm going to take Corvin off here. This is a variation of the route that I do. I take Corvin off for these fights, so I can have only Pyra on Rex, which would speed up the second fight. Swap more arts around because I want to give her the break art. I take off every blade from Rex, and then I start to teach skills. I give Morak's arts chain, and then I give her initiative 1 and 2, which would give her immediate access to 2 of her arts at the start of the battle, so she doesn't have to wait to charge them up. Give Rex rapid attack, which is the same as initiative. I'm gonna give him arts chain. And then I'm gonna give Nia Feral Awakening, which is also initiative. Ball attachment, beta scope, sorry, and then we're gonna give Morak the colorful feather so she can draw aggro. Now Super Jelly to give her more arts recharge, and that's gonna be the menu. I did that menu pretty well, I think. Yeah, some of our runners don't keep Corvin on, which is also viable, but I prefer Corvin off so Rex doesn't swap to Corvin in the second fight, because for these upcoming fights you're gonna use Rex and Morak to set up your tier 1 and tier 2 combos. So you don't want Rex to swap off as much as possible. That's why I take Corvin off. This first fight's pretty simple. You want to get around 3 potions, and then you want to use a burnout with a tier 4. So I have 1 potion. Build up my tier 4 here. 2 potions. And here I'm going to get my final potion. And I'm going to... I start everyone on the core to draw the core's aggro. if you start on everyone on the lines, the core is going to use Razor Threat, which would shackle you. And here it actually does use Razor Threat, but because I have a lot of potions, I was able to finish off with a tier 3. Otherwise, you would use a tier 4 there. But yeah, this is why you need to start on the core, and then only target the lines once you have your tier 4. Okay, so the second fight's against Jin. I start this fight off with a potion art, and then I'm going to start building up my tier 4 immediately. I'm going to try to not draw not draw a lot of aggro from Jin. So here I'm not going to attack, so Morak takes back the aggro. And yeah, because Skyward Slash here is going to lower Blade Affinity. If he hits us with Skyward Slash, we're going to need a break to finish the fight. But if you have your tier 4, sometimes you don't need a break. So here I'm going to get Morak's tier 2 up. Stun Swallow here, basically anytime you hit him, he will launch you, so that's why I don't attack him. I go for one last break to try to secure the fight, but I believe I actually have enough potions here that I don't need a break. That's why I go for my tier 4 immediately, and yep, that was enough to kill him. And this is one of the reasons why Gathering Sparks 4 is so good here. Reduces the number of potions that you need to reach max stacks, just in case you don't have enough. Okay, this next fight is the main reason why I want Gathering Sparks level 4. This fight is very, very annoying. Not that it's a very difficult fight, but basically to get a very fast fight, you need a break, basically. And this thing has very high break resistance. I believe your chances of breaking this is only 30%. Like, it's some very lucky breaks here, but it's not important because I only really need the break once I start to go for my tier 4. So with a break you need 2 to 3 potions to kill. With a topple actually. And without you need like 5 or 6 potions. So he's gonna go for Razor Threat here, which is going to shackle all the blades and lower affinity, makes it so that we can't use blade specials and decreases the damage and everything. That's why I go for my tier 4 before Razor Threat goes off. And you see that even with all the potions I had, I didn't manage to kill. And imagine if I didn't have Gathering Sparks level 4, I would be very far behind in damage right now. And I would be forced to chain attack, which would lose me about 40 seconds. So with Gathering Sparks level 4, even if I don't get a kill, I usually have enough damage so I can pick it off easily with a few arts and tier 1. And it gives us a much higher chance of being able to kill the core without getting a break, as long as you have enough potions. Maybe, I believe in that fight I had like 4 potions. If I had like 5 potions, maybe I would have killed. I think like if I had 1 more potion, I would have killed. But yeah, overall, I really prefer getting Gathering Sparks level 4 for that fight. That fight in particular. But it also helps out for example, the Power Lines fight and Jin as well. So yeah, I think it's worth it. And I always check Crosset's chart there anyway, so it saves me having to check Crosset's chart again after Giga Rosa, which is the next boss fight. Because that's usually when we would get Gathering Sparks level 4. So after that gauntlet, it's a bit of running through Indal again. We're going to do a side quest where we're going to talk to a bunch of people. Basically, there's going to be a conference between Uriah's leader and Moradane's leader. Moradane, the Emperor of Moradane is Morak's brother, actually, Niall. And yeah, so they're gonna have some peace talks and to hopefully settle the war between Moradane and Uriah. But along the way, surprise, surprise, get some intel that someone's trying to assassinate the Emperor, so we're trying to put a stop to that. But not so soon. Right now, we're still making our way through the cutscenes. So I believe we're gonna go to warp to Great Creation Cloister one more time. And then we're going to go and talk to Amalthus again. So this is another break from that gauntlet, that very, very nasty and stressful gauntlet. All the fights can be trolled, so sometimes the power lines, you don't kill the power lines and then you start to lose a lot of time. And the power lines have a spike effect when it enrages below 50% HP, so every time you hit it, it will deal damage to you. And you will die very quickly if you hit it when it's enraged. And also, the core in that fight will kill you as well if you let it use its blast hammer attack. Jin will kill you if... Jin can go wrong if you don't get a break and you don't have a lot of potions. The Skyrit slashes you and you don't have affinity, can't use it for, you don't have a break. And if he's low on HP, and if he's low on HP, he will use a move called Heavenly Disrupt, which will kill you instantly. So really don't want to see that. And the core is just dumb because to get a fast fight, you need to break it. And you aren't very likely to break it, so that fight's just suffering, basically. But I tend to approach the core fight very safely. I always try to kill it without a break. If I get a break, then that's just a bonus. I get a bit of time save. But my main focus is just to get past that fight without having to waste too much time on a chain attack. Because getting potions and killing it without a break, even though you take some time to get the potions, it's still faster than chain attacking. Because the chain attack's really slow. It's a 2-round chain attack, which would cost you like 45 seconds, basically. Right, so right here I'm going to start talking to some NPCs to get info. Basically, it's kind of like a side. This is like a mini side quest section. You're going to talk to a bunch of NPCs and you're going to do a quiz at the end. But because we're speedrunners, we already know the answers, so we just have to talk to them because it's mandatory. You see me here warping to the wharfs because that's going to cut down on walking, which is actually faster than if you were to walk yourself, walk and not warp. So this is kind of like the last kind of downtime in the run. Afterwards, it's going to be full speed ahead until the end of the run. A bit of walking in chapters, in chapter 9, chapter 8 and 9, just a bit, but not too much. It's going to be mostly full steam ahead. Talk to 2 more NPCs, then I'm going to do the quiz. Indol has some very nice music as well. I prefer the night theme, actually. But day theme's very nice as well. So that's the last NPC. Come here and can do the quiz. The answers are 2, 3, 1, 1. So basically what's happening is that we think that someone's going to poison the food to try to assassinate them, the leaders. And interestingly enough, even though they're actually, you can actually pick Turkin as well for the last question, but refugees works for, and it's 1 input fewer, so you can actually just go for refugees, even though we will be fighting the Turkins right now. And we basically are accusing the Turkins of poisoning the food. Okay, I'm gonna do another menu here. So I'm gonna put Rex back in the party, and Tora. Then I'm gonna put Corvin and a Water Blade to save menus later. We don't need a Water Blade now, but we're gonna need it eventually, so I just do it now to save menus. I swap Pirate and Mithra, and then I put Hunter's Chemistry, which we just crafted in Accordant. So this is going to basically give us Gold Affinity at the start of the battle. And we took out Rex just now from the party because it's to save time in the section where we're going to talk to a lot of people. Because if you have Rex in your party, sometimes he will be the one responding to the NPCs, and that takes longer because he has to walk up to them. With Nia, you reply instantly. So never Turkin fight. We did this before in the factory, so it's the same, except they have a lot more HP now. But good thing for us, we have the Shining Starships. So yeah, same thing, just one more AoE. And we have Archchain now, so it's a lot more pleasant to run. As you can see, I'm not even waiting for my Dolphin Spin to finish. I'm just canceling it immediately. And I'm trying to get more AoE again. It's going to cancel immediately into my tier 1. Oh, I didn't manage to kill this one. I think overall still a pretty decent fight. I got some good AoE, which saved me some time. And this next fight is also like Morak. So we used to do this fight with a 2-round chain attack. Now we try to do it with a Volcano to save 1 round of chain attack. I'm going to try to grab as many potions as I can and try to get Volcano on a topple. You want to try to get, yeah, all the potions you can, like 6 or 7 potions, basically. 6 potions, 6 potions. You're trying to get 6 potions here. Yeah, once I get this break, Tor is going to come. Gonna go tier 1, and Rex's... I get 2 specials on the same break, which will give me a lot more damage than if I were to get a topple, actually. So, yeah, as you can see here, Volcano's just melting Giga Rosa. And again, I'm gonna let all that DOT tick down. I'm gonna get a very juicy overkill here. I'm gonna use Corvin's tier 1, specifically because it's very slow. And I should have used a Poppy Alpha here because it's slower special, but QT works as well. Then I got a 370% overkill, which is very nice. So yeah, as you can see, that's a big gold. It saved a lot of time because of the new strat that we do that saves 1 round of chain attacks. Before that, the strat used to be a Mega Explosion or Steam Explosion into chain, which would usually get you a higher overkill, but this one works as well, so it's fine. So after the fight, put Morak back in, warp to the wharf again, and I'm gonna salvage. This is the only time in the run we salvage from now on. The reason why I want to salvage is to get 5 mechanical parts, which would give Dromark 1 additional level of Ancient Wisdom. So Ancient Wisdom, we're gonna need level 3 Ancient Wisdom later. So this is gonna give Morak 2 Ancient Wisdom, level 2 Ancient Wisdom, and we're gonna get the last one by awakening a Geon. And to awaken a Geon, which is a core crystal that we got from after the Giga Rosa fight, we need to aggro enemies. Funny enough, I got unlucky and then I got aggroed by the salvage enemy right here, so which means I have to yeet myself off the cliff and lose about 20 seconds. But funny enough, it actually saves me 1 aggro, so it's not a bit of a time, not as big of a time loss. It's only like 1 second, so it doesn't matter. Yeah, that was kind of unlucky. I believe that that Alago is the only monster that aggroes you if you salvage it. Like you can sometimes get the crust tips which don't aggro you, or they aggro you from. You need to be closer to them basically. And I also got kind of unlucky and only got 5 parts. By completing the button challenge, you increase your chances of getting more parts from that salvage. It always gives you a minimum of 5, which is the minimum, which is what you need for Dromar. You only need to pick up 5 mechanical parts. But having more basically means that you have a lot more leeway to not get aggroed by enemies. Alright, so here I'm going to start aggroing enemies. I'm going to need to aggro a total of... I'm going to need to engage in a total of 22 fights to unlock a Geon. So I'm going to start aggroing as many enemies as I come across. And you want to make sure you engage and disengage from the battle before you aggro the next enemy. Otherwise, it doesn't count. I got stuck at the rock there. Yeah, we're gonna go to Tantal right now. Tantal is the snowy area in this run. So right after I believe we want to find. We still are trying to look for a way to get to the world tree. Try to hopefully get our answers in Tantile. And it's revealed to us that Zeke's actually from Tantile. And Zeke's actually the crown prince of Tantile. And so he knows this place pretty well. And we're gonna try to get an audience with the king. Yeah, and Tantile is revealed to be kind of like this hermit nation. It's very isolationist. And that's why it's snowy, because it's isolationist. It doesn't open up to the rest of the world. The Titan's kind of like slowly dying. And yeah, it's just not doing very well. The whole country is in poverty, and a lot of people are suffering because the only place they can get food is the black market. So Tantile not doing very well. That's very unfortunate. But we're here because we want to find answers and we want to get to the world tree. And I think before this, I used to do a menu here to unlock Gathering Sparks level 4, and also to give Rex a pouch item, which, so Gathering Sparks level 4 I already taught it, and then the pouch item which I give to Rex, the Love Beyond the Clouds, which I purchased in Moradane, which I totally forgot we did. Very important pouch item, which I'll give to Rex later because he doesn't need it yet. But this was just a convenient place to do it. Yeah, once we get to Theoswar here, I'm gonna purchase a Lodronite chip for Mithra. So even though we're using Mithra, she's not gonna deal a lot of damage. We mainly want to increase her crit rate, because every time you crit an enemy, it gives you more party gauge, and it's gonna be very important to charge up our party meter very quickly for some of the fights later, because you're gonna want to have access to your chain as quickly as possible. And Corvin is very important for that, because Corvin has a skill in his affinity chart that that gives you extra party meter gain every time you crit. So I think okay, the party gauge is 300 total, and every time you land a crit, I think it gives you 4 or 5. Corvin gives you like, I don't know, like 8 or something with that. It's a lot basically. So every time Corvin crits, you're gonna get a lot of party meter. So yeah, that's why you want critical up on Corvin, so you can crit a lot. And Mithra also contributes to some of the party meter, so that's why you want the Lodronite chip, because it's the highest crit rate chip we can give to her at the moment, or that's very easily accessible. But yeah, try to ask the king for help. He says no, and instead kidnaps Pyra, so we have to go and rescue Pyra. To make our way through that the Theoswar Palace here. Theoscaldia Palace, I forgot what it's called. It's a very long name. It's like Theoscaldia or something like that. And a nice thing about these soldiers is that they automatically aggro you, so it counts towards Aegeon's. Oh wait, you don't have. Oh wait, yeah, yeah. It counts towards Aegeon's aggro count. So these help a lot in getting Aegeon. And this is also one of the reasons why you want the colorful feather on Morak, because if you didn't, then Nia would be the one taking aggro when they aggro you. And these guys hurt a lot. They can actually kill you. So having the feather on Morak is nice bit of insurance, nice bit of safety. Not to mention that it helps with a lot of fights in having her draw aggro early. So here's another little fight with a bunch of enemies. Same thing as always, like Turkin fights, just want to AoE them. These guys don't have a lot of HP, but they have very annoying evasion arts, which makes them kind of hard to kill sometimes. And they also deal a lot of damage, so you have to kind of pay attention to your HP. Morak's basically the one that's at risk of dying. I try to get as much AoE as I can. Get some nice AoE there. And I believe I have to heal Morak here, so just to make sure she doesn't die. And yeah, I got some annoying evasion there. This wasn't a very fast fight because a lot of them weren't standing close to each other, so I lost quite a bit of time here. On top of the fact that I also needed to yeet myself off the cliff to de-aggro the monster at Indal. So yeah, not a very good split here. And right after this is we're gonna do another zombie hover. This one you need to get the timing right, otherwise your game will crash. So I'm gonna hold my zombie hover for about 2 seconds before I skip travel. And then we're gonna want to go into the zombie the hovering kind of a animation, and then I want to fall, because that increases your fall speed. If you were to fall on draw mark, it would be very slow. And it's called the Tentile Descent. Some people call it the Tentile Descent or Tentile Skip. And it's basically made possible with the zombie hover. So it's very nice to use the zombie hover here. Yeah, you can do a slower method for that zombie hover, like the same one you did in Temperantia. But you can also do the faster method. It's just a bit riskier if you mess up the timing. If you hold it for too long, your game will crash. If you hold it for too early, it's still fine, because then you can just revert to the Temperantia method for your zombie hover. But yeah, about 2 seconds is what you want to hold it for before you actually confirm your skip travel. Again, gonna be aggroing enemies here. I believe this one's too far to aggro, so I give up. And the next fight is another very stressful fight. It's the trio fight. Another fight which we want the steam explosion for. That's why I have the water blade on Rex. You want to try to get at least echoes. Basically, you're gonna set up the steam explosion on Mikhail, and you're gonna try to get at least one other person along with him. If you only get Mikhail, it's very slow, because you have to pick off Akos and Petroka separately, which will lose you like a minute. If you get two people, then the last one will take about 30 to 40 seconds. Normally you try to get Akos with Mikhail. He's easier to get with Mikhail. He's easier to kill he's easier to set up the AoE for with because Petroka likes to stand very far away. So usually try to get Akos, and he was also a lot more difficult to kill once you kill Mikhail. So because he has a lot of evasion arts, so that's why you always try to get Akos with the AoE. And this fight can go very wrong because Akos can shackle you with a skill known as Black Wave. It shoots a laser forward and it will shackle anything that's near it. The good thing is that he's usually targeting Morak, so you just want to make sure you don't have aggro on Nia, and you want to run away from Black Wave, make sure you don't get hit by it. And Petroka can sometimes throw you as well with Butterfly Slash if she has aggro on you and you're too close to her. And that decreases your blade affinity. It's the same as Skyward Slash. So I'm trying not to use Acrobatic Bomber here as much as I can, because I don't want to aggro Echoes because it's very near Mikhail. So once I build up to about tier 2, I want to use Morak's tier 1. And then I'm going to wait for Rex to get off Steam Explosion. Steam Bomb, actually. So I get a bit I get a bit unlucky. I have no idea why, but basically I was too close to Echoes and I got hit by Steam Explosion. I mean I got hit by Black Wave. So that was very annoying because I wasn't able to kill him. I wasn't able to kill once the Steam Explosion came up. And as you could see, that was a very good setup because Pachoka was very near him as well. So I would have been able to get a triple kill if I didn't get shackled. But fortunately for me, I was able to get a break on Mikau, which meant that I was able to kill with a tier 3 and not have to wait for my tier 4 to come back up. That was very lucky because if you wait too long, Pachoka will use Silver Lining, which would make your blade combo expire very quickly, and that basically makes it so that you are gonna lose minutes on this fight. So once I get Echoes, I will kill Pachoka next with a tier 1 with Morag into my tier 4, and this will melt her. I don't even get the final hit off my tier 4 up, and I don't even need the burnout. I just have so much damage from the topple stack. But yeah, I lost 40 seconds there because my PB did get a triple kill. So that's very unfortunate. And the world record also got a triple kill. This next phase of the fight is pretty simple. You want one potion, so you dolphin spin immediately, you grab that potion, and then you chain. So, because Jin, you only need to deal about 25% HP to Jin to end the fight. So Corvin and Bridget are going to be dealing the rest of the damage here. So yep, that's all. That's all for this fight. Okay, so that's chapter 6. I lost quite a bit of time on the trio fight, which is unfortunate, but at least I was able to get Echoes. I didn't have to charge up my tier 4 again, so I was very lucky in getting a break. If you don't get shackled, but you also get a break, you can also use the tier 3, which is situational, but can work, can be very useful sometimes, because basically tier 3 with tier 4 you will blow Mikau down, which will send him flying in a certain direction, but with tier 3 it will create the AoE where Mikau is, because it doesn't send him flying, or the AoE will come before he flies away. So if, let's say, you get a break and Echoes and Pachoka are standing very nearby, you can just go for a tier 3 and that would get the job done. But normally I don't do the fight with a break. If I get a break, it's a bonus, but usually I just try to get as many potions as I can and try to kill Echoes with a tier 4 Steam Explosion, which will usually be enough damage if you have enough potions, yeah. But right after that, basically, Pyra gets kidnapped again, and now we have to go and rescue her. Go back to the palace for help. The king tells us that there's actually a third Aegis form, and there's actually a third sword, and we're going to try to find that now to hopefully rescue Pyra with. Or hopefully that'll be the key to rescuing Pyra. So it's locked away in this place called Spirit Crucible Alpus, which is in Leftheria. So we're going to go there now, and I'm going to be aggroing more monsters along the way, because we still need to get a Gion. For the upcoming field skill check, there are 2 in this section. The first one, you need 3 Fire Mastery and 2 Wind Mastery, which is where you need 2 Fire Masteries from your blade pulls from, because 1 Fire Mastery is going to come from Bridget, and the other 2 have to come from your blade pulls. And then for 2 Wind Mastery, you have 2 Wind Blades, because you have 1 Common Blade and Rex and 1 Common, and you have Rock as well. But you need 1 Wind Blade from the blade pulls, because there's going to be a field skill check later which needs a free Wind Mastery. And then after the first field skill check is the second one, which is 3 Ancient Wisdom and 2 Keen Eyes. So you have 1 Keen Eye from Bridget, so you just need 1 more, which in my case will be Agate. And then you need 3 Ancient Wisdom, so 2 will come from Jomark, and then 1 will come from either Perun if you got her, or Aegeon, because Aegeon has Ancient Wisdom and also Leaping. So yeah, but awakening Aegeon's kind of slow. It takes about a minute, factoring in all the enemies you have to aggro, and also pulling a Gion, and also having to gather bugs to unlock Ancient Wisdom level 1. So Perun's a nice time save if you get her, but definitely, because you don't get her too often, it's like she's generally, even if we don't get Perun, it's not as big of a deal as if we don't get Boreas. But here's Spirit Crucible by Alpis, very nice music. I love the soundtrack. It's actually the same soundtrack as the one that plays when you first get on the ship in Chapter 1, when you meet Nia, Malos, and Jin. So nice circle closing here. So yeah, this is one of my least favorite areas when I was playing casually. Because the gimmick of Spirit Crucible Alpis is that you can't use any you will not reach max affinity of your blades, and you cannot charge your blade specials beyond tier 1, so you can only use tier 1 specials, which is annoying because obviously you can't deal a lot of damage with that if that happens. The only blade that's immune to this is Poppy, because she's artificial blade. All other blades will have their powers suppressed. But fortunately for us, we have Crossette, and Crossette's very strong with her Gathering Sparks multipliers. So it's not too big of an issue. We can still use Crossette to power through most of it. Or the fight at the end of this dungeon, basically. But yeah, in Chapter 5, I was overdriving some blades. You might have noticed that I overdrived... I accidentally opened a menu here. I overdrived Zenobia to Morak. So Zenobia was the wind blade which I plan to use for the Chapter 7 field skill check later. I mean, this is Chapter 7, but there's going to be the 3 times wind mastery field check later. The reason why I overdrive Zenobia to Morak is to save on menuing later. It's so I don't have to open the menu again to equip a wind blade after this section. So you're going to see me do my menus in a very specific way to set my blades up to have the fewest amount of menus as possible. So yeah, but definitely when I'm speedrunning, I actually enjoy the section because the music's nice. And it's just a chill section after the stressful trio fight. The fight at the end of this section is the Phantasms fight. Some of us like to call it Maltus. Because that's the special skill it uses when it's low on HP. So basically, the strat for the fight is to use Crossette's tier 1 to kill them off one by one. If you get them low enough on HP, which is I think it's like below 25% or something, they use a skill called Maltus, which number 1 makes them immune to all attacks, gives them evasion, and number 2 produces 2 more copies of themselves. So obviously you don't want that to happen, so you want to kill them before they use Maltus. And Crossette can do that because she's so strong. But the only thing is that I failed to skip here. Yeah, it's a nice movement tech you can do here to jump on the ledge. Yeah, the only thing is sometimes the Phantasms like to stand close to each other, and then you get them in AoE. And this is one fight where you don't want AoE, because you want to kill them off one by one. If you get too much AoE on them, that will increase the likelihood of them using Maltus, which is very bad. So you want to try to avoid that. But yeah, there I pull a Gion once I got him. Normally, if you've been aggroing your monsters, you will get a Gion before the end of the section where you need him. So we're near the end of the Spirit Crucible Alpus. So we're gonna make one jump and then we can go into the last area. Or one of the second last area basically. So you can do a zombie hover here, but it's very inconsistent. So usually what we do is we just jump off. We just jump off the ledge here and try to grab onto this ladder here. But the zombie hover, if you can pull it off, saves about 10 to 15 seconds. But it's very inconsistent and can crash your game, so that's why we don't do it. Most of us prefer to not do it. But here we are here at the Cenotaph Bridge. After this area is the middle worm-ridden cave, which is the last area before the field skill checks. And I've already set up my blades in a way that I'm going to cut down on a lot of menuing later. So what I did, I believe, was I gave 2 fire blades to Nia, 2 wind blades to Rex, and then I gave... oh, I haven't given the blades to Nia and Rex yet. But, okay, I already gave Agate and Aegeon to Morak. So that's going to be my Keen Eye and my Ancient Wisdom. And I believe later, judging from the blades I pulled just now, I'm going to give 2 fire blades to Nia and 2 wind blades to Rex. Sometimes you would put 1 fire, 1 wind on Nia, 1 fire, 1 wind on Rex. That's totally fine as well. But you want to end off this section with 2 wind blades on Rex, because you're going to need both of those blades for the next field skill check after this Spirit Crucible Alpus section. So here there are 2 collection spots we should collect from to get enough bugs to unlock Ancient Wisdom level 1 for Aegeon. And this is very important. You want to hug the wall. You want to hug the left side of this wall to avoid a unique monster here. You'll regret it if you aggro it. So I'm gonna put on the blades. I'm gonna check Jomar's chart first to unlock Ancient Wisdom level 2. Or Ancient Wisdom level 1. Just realized. Yeah, Ancient Wisdom level 1. Because Corvin gives us 1 more level of Ancient Wisdom, and we check Aegeon's chart 1 more time for Ancient Wisdom level 1. That's a total of 3 levels of Ancient Wisdom for the field skill check. So a lot of newcomers get stuck, a lot of people casually get stuck here because of the field skill checks. But the game actually gives you the blades you need. Like with Dromark, you can just salvage for more levels of Ancient Wisdom. And Aegeon also has Ancient Wisdom, so it's fine. Bridget also has Keen Eye. So you have all the tools at your disposal. You just need to go and unlock them if you don't have the blades required. But obviously for the speedrun, if you pull the bonus blades, that saves you time. So I believe here I'm going to do another menu. I'm going to swap Rex with Tora. That's very important for the upcoming fight. I'm going to put the Crossset and Wolfric back. And for Morak, I'm going to put Zenobia over Agate because I don't need Keen Eye anymore, but I need Leaping. And I need a Wind Mastery. So you want to end up this section with 2 Wind Blades on Rex and hopefully 1 Wind Blade on Morak. Preferably like a non-healer blade. If I have a healer Wind Blade, I probably just wouldn't give it to Morak. I would just do 1 extra menu later because one thing I haven't explained is that if you have a healer blade on one of your characters, they will go after potions, which you don't want because you want to be collecting the potions for Crossette. So that's why if like in chapter 4 you have a healer fire blade, it's very annoying because Rex will take all your potions. And then for Morak, I try to give her a non-healer wind blade, so which in this case is Zenobia. And some runners don't do this, but I swap Tora with Rex. The reason being is, again, you don't want to do too much damage to the Phantasms. Tora does very little damage compared to Rex, because Rex has Corvin, and Corvin does a lot of damage. So I put Tora, which would make the fight a bit safer. And also Tora can topple enemies, so that's very nice. Sometimes it happens and it saves you from saves them from saves the Maltus basically. Okay, but yeah, this fight sometimes, usually it's fine, but sometimes control you. So you want to grab like 2 to 3 potions before you start. You want to wait for the first break to expire. That's what I usually do. I farm potions while I'm at it. So once the second break goes up, I'm gonna take out this first Phantasm. Okay, now I'm gonna start picking them off one by one. I'm gonna use Healing Circle and Dolphin Spin and immediately cancel into my tier 1. That's nice. So I'm gonna pick off the rest of... Gonna rest here. Again, Healing Circle into Dolphin Spin into immediately cancel into tier 1. I missed a kill here. It's almost gonna go for Maltus, but the DOT from Heat actually saves me. So that was very nice. And I'm able to pick up the last Phantasm here, which is the end of the fight. So that was a very decent fight. No Maltus. That's always what you're looking for. And you see that I lost about 30 seconds to the record here because I don't have Perun and the record has Perun. But I broke even with my PB because my PB also doesn't have Perun. So now we're done with the Alpus. We found the third sword, and once we picked it up, it immediately crumbled. But that's okay because it basically Rex just the whole point was for Rex to realize that to save Pyra and Mithra, he really just needs to really have them put their faith in him. So he's gonna go and prove to them that, you know what, I made you a promise. I'm gonna take you to Elysium. That's what I said, and that's what I'm gonna do. And so we're gonna go over to the Cliffs of Morpha right now to try to rescue Pyra and Mithra. We're gonna take it in here because we want as many levels as we can. Level 49 is what we were gonna try to hit with Nia. And then yeah, basically just one level 49 on Nia, because this sets you up in a perfect way to get level 51 by the end of this chapter, which is a very important level to hit for the next chapter. Now we're gonna go to Hearthate Dog level 2. And the record here, I'm gonna save about 30 seconds from record because the record hasn't gone here yet, so he's gonna have to go back to the first level and come up here. Now we're in Cliffs of Morpha to purchase some accessories. So male loincloth, charming swimsuit, and boxer van braces. The loincloth and swimsuit increases damage dealt by 50%. If the blade is equipped is of an opposite gender. Then the boxer van brace increases damage dealt to higher level enemies by 35%. And this is where we purchased the Zero Battle Course back in Moradane. This is where we're going to put it on as well. The Zero Battle Course is an item which increases the XP gained by 25% as long as the driver that lands the finishing blow. The driver that equips it is the one that lands the finishing blow. And the XP route is set up in such a way that from level 49 with the Zero Battle Course, as long as Rex lands the finishing blow on the last fight in this chapter, which is Jin and Malos, you will always be at Nia will always be at level 51 for the next chapter without a fusion combo. If you don't have the Zero Battle Course, or if you're at level 48, then you need a fusion combo to get enough XP. So if you're at level 48, you need the Zero Battle Course plus fusion combo. If you're at level 49, you don't need the Zero Battle Course, but you need a fusion combo. But if you have the Zero Battle Course, you don't need a fusion combo. There, simple as that. But yeah, the Zero Battle Course, it's not necessary, but I like it for safety, especially when it comes to the XP route for when it comes to the XP route for this section. I really like the Zero Battle Course because I'm gonna explain later, but you really want to have level 51 going into chapter 8. And here's the field skill check, which you need Wind Mastery level 3 for. If I didn't have Zenobia on Morak, I would have to do an extra menu here to equip the Wind Blade. So it's nice and can save some menuing. My approach to this is that it's always faster to overdrive the blade than to equip it in a separate menu, because you're already in the overdrive menu to give Earthblades to Zeke anyway, so it's very fast to just overdrive a Windblade to Morak. You want to be careful when you climb up those vines there, because sometimes you can drop down. You also need Earth Mastery 3, which is why you need Wolfric on for this section. Alright, so right after this, we're going to do another menu. And then we're going to do one boss fight against Malos. And this menu is very important because we do a lot of very crucial things to set up for the next boss fights and the rest of the run. So the first thing I'm going to do, I'm going to put Tora back. I'm going to put Rex back in the party. I'm going to take off every blade except for Corvin, because we're going to use Corvin exclusively for the next boss fight. I'm going to teach Mutual Happiness to Nia. This is going to give us more party gauge every time she gets excellent in a blade special prompt. I'm going to put Zero Battle Course and Van Braces on Rex to give him more damage and more XP. And then I'm going to put Charming Swimsuit on Morak for more damage. But not now. I'm going to need it for later. Then I'm going to give the Love Beyond the Clouds to Rex. So the Love Beyond the Clouds is very nice. First thing it does, it gives you extra blade combo damage. Blade special damage. Then the more important thing is it gives you more affinity. So it's like Hunter's Chemistry, except it's only for Rex. And it's going to be important later, but basically you want Rex to have a lot of affinity for these upcoming sections. I'll explain it later when we get there, because there's another character which we unlock right after this fight. Okay, this fight's very simple, but it can sometimes troll you. Start off with a Dolphin Spin, then you go Auto Attack 2, Dolphin Spin, Acrobatic Bomber, Healing Circle. Then you want to pick up one potion. And then you see me run around here to charge up my arts a bit more. Dolphin Spin, and Acrobatic Bomber, Healing Circle again, and then you go Morak Tier 1, Cross Set Tier 4. You don't need a break. This break just kind of just seals the deal for me, basically. And immediately after that, you want to mash Nuclear Blast. This will make Corvin take Malos out. So basically the thing about this fight is that you want to get Nuclear Blast off before Malos uses Monado Armor, which he will do at about 75% HP. And this is a 30-second buff that decreases all damage dealt to him by 90%. So that's very bad. Loses you a lot of time, and basically you want to kill him before he does that. So the strat is just to rush your Nuclear Blast, and that's where all the that's where everything on Rex comes into play. You have the Nart's Pear Jelly for more arch recharge. You have the Love Beyond the Clouds, which also gives you more special gauge recharge, and also gives you more affinity, so you can hit max affinity faster to get more arch recharge. Yeah. And then, if you have Adenine, which is a Wind Blade with Keen Eye that also has a skill called Battle Wisdom, which increases damage dealt to enemies when you hit their weaknesses, elemental weaknesses, by 60%, you can actually swap to Adenine before you Nuclear Blast. You can put Adenine on Nia, and then you swap to Adenine before Nuclear Blast, and then you don't need a potion to kill. Or even if you have one potion, it would just give you extra insurance, even if Malos gets his Monado Armor. But yeah, now I take off everything from Bridget. This is very important because later on, Bridget will appear on Rex. And if you have other blades on Morak, Bridget won't go back to Morak. And I want Bridget on Morak for later because I'm going to use Morak again to set up Tier 1 Mega Explosion. So by taking off all the blades from Morak, Bridget will go on Rex, but then it will go back to Morak later. Alright, so this next fight against Jin and Malos is a two-phase fight. This we used to do the first phase differently. We used to go Bridget tier 1 into Crosshat tier 2 into Corvin tier 3 to get Malos. But Corvin's tier 3 is very slow. So now we do a different strat. I actually came out with this strat one day because I was very frustrated that Morak wasn't getting her tier 1 up in time, and Corvin wasn't, Rex wasn't getting his tier 3 up in time. So I came out with this strat. Basically what you do is use Crosshat's tier 1 to build up your special meter as fast as possible. And once you get it, you chain. With about 3 potions, this will be enough to take Malos out to about 50% HP, which would trigger the next part of the fight. So Corvin will usually be the one that that finishes this part. There we go. Also, it's the added bonus of getting more damage on Jin, which is nice because and that will make sure that he always dies in this next phase. So now we unlock Numa. Numa is the final, the true form of the Aegis, the third form of the Aegis. She's very, very powerful. And this fight, you cannot die. Like, you actually can't die. They gave you a cheat code in this fight. And Numa's very strong. She has a lot of auto attack. She has a gargantuan 60% physical and ether damage reduction to Rex. And if you were to die with Rex, she would revive you at 50% HP once. And she also draws all enemy aggro, which is very nice because you want... it's very nice for setting up, like, for example, the Steam Explosion here. So what I want to do is you want to wait for Monado armor to go off, to wear off, and then you use a Steam Explosion or Diamond Mist in my case. And you want to target Malos after Steam Bomb goes up and try to get Nia to break him. In this case, you don't actually need to break him, but let's say if you need a fusion combo, you want Nia to be targeting Malos. So I do get a break here, which I don't need, but it's just going to give me extra insurance to finish this fight. So you can use Steam Explosion here, but I tend to go for Diamond Mist because it does more damage than Steam Explosion. And yeah, that's the fight. And since Rex was the last one to... Rex was the one that landed the finishing blow, we get extra XP from the Zero Battle Course. So Nia's at level 51, and now I'm gonna do a save and quit. The reason why is because this is to prevent something known as memory leak, which is where the game takes very long to load cutscenes. And the best stopgap measure you have for that is to do a save and quit after Chapter 7, because Chapter 8 is where a lot of the slow loads tend to happen. So runners usually do the save and quit here. And the slow loads can lose you upwards of a couple of minutes, so we usually just do this for safety. But now we are in the land of Morpha. This is where it's kind of like a dystopian place. A lot of things are not very pleasant here. I put the male loincloth on Corvin because we don't need the Zero Battle Course anymore. Male loincloth's gonna... I mean, I put it in Rex, not Corvin. The male loincloth's gonna be important because Numa's a female blade, and that's gonna increase our damage. But yeah, Numa is very important for the rest of the run. I mentioned a few of the perks she gives your party. She also gives you 100% crit rate, which is very nice for damage. And she can hit any element, any weakness, and she can use any element in a blade combo. She can set up any blade combo, which is why I could set up Diamond Mist there. So the strat here is to go into a Mithra tier 2 with Mithra, which will give you a party gauge. And the caveat to using Numa is that you can only use it when Rex has max affinity and you have full party gauge. So that's why you need your party gauge as quickly as possible, which is why we give like critical torch hits and stuff to Mithra. Why we give the... We're going to teach you another skill later. And why we have stuff like Counter's Chemistry, Love Beyond the Clouds, and Rex to give him more affinity so we can get Numa faster. So yeah, now we are in Land of Morpha. We have Jin in our party. Jin's very injured and he decides to cooperate with us for now. Even though we just beat him up just now. But he decides to help us. And we're nice people, so we don't kill him. Just running through the Land of Morpha right now. This is like it's kind of like very long ago before this. I don't really know how to explain what happened in Land of Morpha. But yeah, there are a lot of abominations known as Gudos here. And this is basically just a very creepy place. It's not very pleasant. But this is basically the bottom of the world tree. So we're gonna climb up the world tree from here and finally get to Elysium. Okay, so we have a horde here. This fight can be kind of troll sometimes if Rex dies, because they all are gonna target Rex. And if they all hit you, that can be bad, because then Rex will die, and that wastes a lot of time because you lose affinity, you lose chain, lose your party gauge. But basically, once you get your 2-2 up with Mithra, you can use it to get your party gauge, and then you go to Numa immediately, and then you use Numa's tier 3 here to set up Gamma Ray, which would AoE a lot of them. So I got a very good fight here. What I usually do in this fight is I start on the Gudo that's like on the left side, and then after I get off auto attack 2 anchor shot, I target the one on the right side, and then I rush my Mithra's tier 2, which would get me my party gauge and my Numa, and then I immediately go into Numa and get the Gamma Ray, and that usually gets quite a few of them in the Gamma Ray. You want to target a different Gudo because Jin will, when you start on the leftmost Gudo, Jin will break that one later. And you don't actually want a break to happen, because then you will kill the Gudo before Gamma Ray goes off and you won't get the AoE. Oh yeah, one thing I forgot to mention was also that this is the most important part, or Numa, by the way. Numa decreases all enemy break resistance by 50% flat. So with the beta scope, you're going to have 75% increased chance of breaking enemies. And that's huge. You always want Numa up when you're going to be setting up your fusion combos later. And for this upcoming fight in particular, I get stuck at a Gudo there for some reason. We do a little nice movement tech there called the womb skip. Basically, instead of running a full circle around the womb, you can jump, do some platforming, and skip having to run around. And now we fight the Infernal Gudo. It's a super big Gudo. And it's 2 phases as well. So the first phase, what you want to do is you want to let it elemental copy you, because Numa hits all elemental weaknesses, which gives you extra damage. So you want to wait for it to use elemental copy. So I'm just auto-attacking you to charge on my arts. It's going to use elemental copy. Once it copies my element, I'm going to go to Numa and immediately use my tier 3. So to get extra damage. And then I'm going to use auto-attack 1 sword bash into cancel into rolling smash, cancel into anchor shot, and immediately cancel into lightning bolt. Yes, I forgot to mention this. For the Deadfire Gudo and for this first phase of Inferno Gudo, you want to use Lightning Bolt. You can use Gamma Ray as well, but it's faster to use Lightning Bolt because the animation's faster. Okay, so the second phase, you're going to want to try to set up a double stack with Nia. So 2 blade specials on the same break. Start off the fight with your Dolphin Spin. You want to collect at least 2 potions. You want to use Numa as soon as possible. So I use Numa here. Acrobatic Bomber, Healing Circle. This break doesn't matter, it just gives you more potions. So once Bridget's tier 1 goes up, I'm going to use that. And then I'm going to break. And I'm going to use Rex's Burnout so he doesn't topple the Gudo. And once burnout goes out, I'm gonna immediately go into my tier 4 here. So I'm gonna get 2 specials on the same break, which will increase my damage by a lot. I'm gonna immediately chain after this. And based on how much damage I have here, I will either go Dromark or I will go Crossset. So I go Dromark here because he's very close to dying. And Numa's going to be able to finish the rest of the fight. I want to get around 300% overkill here to so I have enough XP for the rest of the run. You want to try to hit level 60 with Nia at the next inn. If you hit level 59, it's still fine, but you're going to need a fusion kill on Jin. So I hit just under 300%, but this should be enough to get me to level 60. So that was a very good Gudo fight. And I save a lot of time on both my PB and the record because both of them get bad Gudos. Yeah, I believe the record didn't get a good Gudo fight because I think the record wasn't at level 51. So this is where I have to explain. So basically, if you're 10 levels lower than your opponent, you get they get increased break resistance. So I believe if you're at level 50, so it's 10 levels below Gudo, which is level 60, then your chances of breaking it's only 40%. But if you're one level higher, it's a lot, or it's like at least 60% or 70%, something like that. Basically, you want to be level 51 for Gudo to have a very good chance of breaking it. Otherwise, you're going to suffer unless you get very lucky. And it's the same for Ion later. You're going to want to be level 61 because Ion's level 70. So that's why XP matters for this the end of this run a lot. So jump on this little panel here. Technically it's more optimal because the cutscene triggers above you. So yeah, this is the last section of kind of downtime that we have. We're basically making our way up the world tree. And this is where you see that it's truly a Xeno game where all the sci-fi elements come into play. So yeah, we're gonna climb the world tree to meet the architect, to find the architect. The architect is the god figure in this game, and is the one who created Aurist. And we're gonna find him because he is the one who created Mithra and Pyra. We're gonna go and ask him for questions, and go get some answers from him. And we're gonna return Pyra and Mithra back to their home. And basically it was revealed in Morpha before Numa awakened that basically Pyra and Mithra wanted to go back to Elysium because they wanted to die. They don't want their power to be abused. They don't want their power to go out of control and destroy the world like what happened 500 years ago. Basically, what happened 500 years ago in this game is that the Aegis War happened and then Mithra sank, I think, 3 continents or something like that. A lot of destruction happened, and there used to be a continent known as Torna, which Mithra destroyed in her war with Malos. And in that war, Jin was actually fighting alongside us. So a lot of stuff happened since then. Malos survived, and Jin joined Malos. And basically, Jin's very angry because we killed Laura, who was Jin's driver. And I totally forgot to mention blade eaters, flesh eaters. So yeah, so flesh eaters are blades that have human cells in them, So Jin became a flesh eater by, I think he ate like Laura's heart or something like that. But basically, it gives blades. It makes it so that when the drivers die, the blades don't return to their core crystals. And there's a lot of themes in this game. It's like Jin's very upset why blades always lose their memories when they return to their core crystals, stuff like that. And he's very upset that we killed Laura and everything. He joined Malos. Malos is just trying to destroy the world because his driver, when blades are awakened, they take on traits from the drivers. And Malos has this inbuilt desire to destroy things because his driver, who at this point isn't revealed yet, I think. Or has it? Basically, his driver is Amalthus, and we basically confirmed that Amalthus is a very bad guy. He's the driver of Malos. And that's where he got his instincts to destroy from. Okay, right here I'm gonna do a nuclear dump. I clip into the nuclear dump reactor to skip having to remove the water. I overdrive Corvin to Morak because we don't need him on Rex anymore. And then I put Corvin on the first slot of Morak, and then I put 2 attacker blades on Rex to give him more damage. Another thing I do is I teach a skill known as Drive to Win on Rex. So this is gonna give us extra party gauge every time we land a critical hit. And it's very nice because it's gonna allow us to charge up our special, our party gauge a lot quicker. We used to teach a different skill called Ultimate Relay, which would increase chain attack damage. But basically, we figured out that Ultimate Relay isn't really needed. And that by teaching Drive to Win, you can speed up quite a few fights. So that's what I'm doing here. And I'll point those fights out when we get to them. But yeah, there's a lot of stuff that happens. Patroka, Echoes, and Jin are all blade eaters. Not flesh eaters, not blade eaters. And then it was revealed in Spirit Crucible Alpus that Zeke is a blade eater, so it's the reverse. So Zeke was about to die once, and then Pandoria gave him part of her core crystal. So blade's the reverse, it's a blade eater. And but yeah, Mithra and Pyra really just wanted to die. They didn't want their power to go out of control again and start wreaking havoc on the world. But Rex was like, no, I'm gonna take you to Elysium. I'm gonna help you. I said I'm here for you. Please believe me. And Pyra and Mithra decided to put their trust in Rex. And then he was able to tap into the true power of the Aegis, which is Pneuma. And now we're basically just going to find the Architect, find Malos, and yeah, just get to return Pyra and Mithra to where they belong. Okay, so this is just gonna maybe about a minute more before our next fight. So at this point, I'm feeling pretty confident. I want to build up as big of a buffer as I can, because at the start of chapter 9 there is a very infamous clip known as the door clip. It's basically you're trying to throw yourself at a specific point in a door to clip through it, because if you want to get through it using the normal method, or not normal, it's like the intended method, you have to level up, I think, focus level 4 and electric mastery level something. And it's very slow because you have to check a lot of charts and you have to do a lot of things. So the fastest way to get through that door is to clip through it. And the unfortunate thing is that door clip is not consistent. So it's half execution based and half luck based, basically. There's no consistent setup for door clip. You kind of just know where you're supposed to go, so you try to give yourself as many good attempts at door clip as you can, and hopefully you can clip through it quickly. And yeah, pretty much every run will lose time at door clip. So basically, you're just trying to build as big of a buffer as you can going into a door clip. Okay, so this fight is something a fight that we sped up because of Drive to Win. The original strat was to use Mithras tier 2 twice and then use Supernova with Mithras with Numa. But with Drive to Win, we can actually get full party gauge immediately. So we can go Mithra tier 2, which will get us full party gauge, and then we need a break. So once we get the break here, we're going to topple and immediately go into Numa's tier 3, so we can get the gamma ray on the topple here. So Numa's tier 3 will kill all the soldiers, and then the gamma ray topple will kill the bird here. So originally the strat we did was a bit slower, maybe like 10 seconds, because we needed to use Mithras tier 2 twice, because we couldn't get a party gauge after the first photon edge, basically. But now we can speed up this fight. And I still lose time on this split. That's because I did a menu. I did the menu. Normally, that menu which we did to teach Ultimate Relay and Overdrive Corbin and everything, that would be in Chapter 9, after the In the Line Star. But yeah, this is the end of Chapter 8. Like I said, the last few chapters go by really, really quickly. So we're already in Chapter 9, and there's like less than 30 minutes left in the run. And this is kind of funny part of the run, because immediately after Chapter 9, you run for a few steps before this cutscene. It's a very long load after at the start of Chapter 9. Then you run for 5 seconds, then you have another cutscene, which takes very long to load. So it's kind of annoying. So waiting for the cutscene here. And now we prepare for door clip. So this is kind of like the calm before the storm. Once we get past the door clip, it's just boss fight. It's just boss fights. Run through one last area, another fight, then it's the final boss. So it's a calm before the storm. So I have the swimsuit on Morak. It's one thing I want to explain. I have the swimsuit on Morak because the swimsuit is very nice, because firstly, you don't want extra damage for Malos 1, Malos 2, and Jalos, because you want to have as little damage as possible so that Malos doesn't go Monado armor. For the first phase Jalos, you want to chain as quickly as possible before Malos uses Monado armor. If he uses Monado armor, you will lose. Like there's no way coming back from that. It's very difficult to come back from that. You will lose. But normally you can get your chain up before that, so it's fine. So the Charming Swimsuit is nice because it doesn't give Mora extra damage for those fights. But it will be useful for Jin, the upcoming Jin fight, where Morak will have Corvin, so she's gonna enjoy the additive 50% damage bonus. But I think going forward, I'm actually doing this in my runs now. I'm gonna get both. I'm gonna get one extra box of Van Braces for Morak at the same time, and I'm gonna shift the equipment menu to the Drive to Win menu. And this is because with just the Charming Swimsuit, you're not guaranteed to kill Ion and Chain. The last boss in the chain. So I'm getting one extra pair of boxer Van Braces to basically guarantee that I can kill Ion. But yeah, it's not too big of a deal. All you do is remove the colorful feather, which doesn't really matter too much at this point. There's a unique monster which you want to avoid if you don't have the feather, called Haywire Phoebus, right as you come up into this area. before that, because like a few doors will open. Haywire Phoebus is one of them. So you want to stick to the right side, which is what I did. Otherwise, you would get Haywire Phoebus, and it can kill you sometimes. So after this cutscene is door clip, and really just pray and hope for the best. You want to set up your angle in such a way that the cone of the minimap lines up with the weather icon. And then just want to throw yourself at the door and hopefully you get through quickly. And I get it first try. So I was very shocked. I was in my seat. Heart rate just shot up seeing the first try door clip. This is the first time this has happened to me. I think the fastest door clip I've ever had before this was a third try, but usually on average I lose about 40 seconds to 1 minute to the door clip. So getting it first try was very, very pleasant, but also very stressful, because I know at this point I have a very, very good chance to get a very big PB. So I'm really hoping that these final few fights, namely Jin, Amalthus, and Ion, don't go very wrong. So all these fights, all the upcoming fights can go wrong in one way or another. For Jin, there are two parts to the fight. It's not two phases, but there are two sections of the fight. Basically, you want to get off 2 blade combos with Numa. And the second one is the important one, because you really want that one to kill. Fusion makes it very easy to kill him, but if you don't get fusion, it can get a bit sketchy sometimes. Which is why you want extra damage on Corvin, because Corvin's going to help out with some of the damage. So this is the last elevator that we take before we fight Jin. Before we fight Jin, we're going to warp over to Corinne's house and take one more in to get more levels. If you are at if you're at level, like below level, if you're like around level 55, you are going to suffer, because Jin is going to shred through your HP here. So we're going to level up all the way to about level 60. So my goal is to hit level 60 with Nia. If you're at level 59, you can get level 61 for Ion, but you need a fusion kill on Jin. If you're at level 60, don't need a fusion kill. Just go for it. So level 60 is where we want to be at, ideally. That's why you want about 300% overkill on Mr. Gudo. So one more cutscene here, and then once we tag Magra's Gateway, we are going to immediately warp to Corinne's house, because any further than that and you will trigger the next cutscene and get destroyed by Jin. So once I tag Magra's Gateway, I'm gonna go to Corinne's house. I'm gonna take an in, and I'm gonna save a lot of time here because I used to do a menu here, but I shifted it to the previous split. And on top of that, I got first try door clip. So it's gonna be humongous gold. I believe it's like a 20-second gold. I level Rex to 58. This is just in case Nia's at level 59, but she hits level 60 easily. You want Rex to be lower level than Nia, so he can, because of one of the fights later, Rex is gonna have to fight Nia and Morak, and if you are the same level, you don't get the extra 35% from Boxer Van Braces, because the fight later takes the levels that you have right now. Yeah, and I believe that was a 20-second gold. Okay, so right now I'm on very, very good pace, so I'm really hoping that I can finish this run and bring it home in very good fashion. So we're going to warp back to Magra's Gateway, which will instantly trigger the cutscene with Jin. And we're going to go in to this next fight. So this is another fight where Drive to Win helps a lot, because it basically gives you enough party gauge with just one Photon Edge plus Corvin's tier 2. Before that, we usually need 2 Photon Edges, maybe even 3. I got a break here, which helps with party gauge gain. That's very nice. And picking up potions also increases party gauge, so I try to do that. Yeah, Photon Edge here is going to give me a lot of party gauge. I'm going to go to Corvin's tier 2. Unfortunately, Unfortunately, it hits into Jin's empty moment, so I don't get any hits from Corvin. So I decide to go for a second Photon Edge here, which is gonna get me enough gauge. And right after that, I immediately go into Numa and get my tier 3 off. I decided sometimes you can wait for sometimes you want to try to get this on the fusion if you can, but in this case, the first one really doesn't matter too much. You really just want to get it off. So because he was using Cyrus Slash there, I knew I could go for the tier 3. You don't want to get it into one of his evasion arts, which he has free of, which is very annoying. So after that, you want to go Numa Dark, tier 1, which would give access to tier 2 with Corvin's special. So Corvin's going to deal a lot of damage here with his Extenebrous Lux. As you can see, he's going to chunk Jin for a lot of damage. Yep, that's very nice damage. So what? Yep, okay. I'm going to go for my tier 3 here. I was seeing if he was going to use another evasion art. Sometimes he can use back-to-back evasion arts, which is very annoying. This is the important one. You don't want to get your second blade combo on evasion art. Otherwise, you're going to suffer because Numa's going to expire. She only has a 1-minute timer. Yeah. So you need to finish the fight before Numa expires, basically. Okay, this next fight is pretty standard. Go into Pyro immediately. And you're going to try to... He uses Divine Robes, which gives him immunity to all attacks. So just go all attack, 1 sword badge, go Anchor Shot, immediately cancel the Pyro tier 1. And once heat goes up, immediately go to Numa. He will Guilty Road, which would launch himself to Rex's position. In this case, Nia broke him out of Guilty Road, which is very annoying. At this point, I'm very, very scared because if he doesn't Guilty Road again, I might lose the run here. So I'm really just praying that he Guilty Roads again. Fortunately for me, he Guilty Roads, and Nia doesn't break him out of it again. And now I can finish the fight. Once he reaches his hand out for his auto attack, I'm going to use Nuclear Blast to use the blowdown effect from Nuclear Blast to blow him into the hole behind him. And this is going to end the fight. This is by far the fastest way to kill a Malphus. And this is what we call golfing, or hole-in-one strats. So it's a very flashy strat, but in this case, it didn't go as fast as I hoped because Nia broke him out of the first Guilty Road. So yeah, that was kind of annoying. But fortunately, we were able to get through that. And now we are in chapter 10, the last chapter of the run. So we're still on pretty good pace here. Okay, Gathering Sparks level 5, but that doesn't matter because we don't need it anymore. We don't need the extra 10% per pot. Now we go up to the upper level of the world tree. And at this point, we've climbed so high up the world tree that we're in outer space, basically. It's basically revealed that the world tree is not, in fact, a tree. It's actually a space station. And a lot of Xenoblade 1 references come into play. But yeah, Amalthus, I mean, we always knew he's a bad guy, and there we finally fought him. So, finally killed him. Put Corvin on over Rock here. You need to make sure you take off Rock here. Because for this next fight, you're gonna lose Mithra. And if Rock's on your party, Rex is gonna start with Rock, and you don't want that to happen because Rock doesn't do damage. So we put Corvin over Rock, and then we have Corvin here. I think he will start with Rock if you have him. I don't know, I might be wrong. No, I think Brock goes into your party. But basically, if you're on Corvin, Rex will start with Corvin. If you're on Mithra, then Rex will start with Rock, I think. So yeah, this is Elysium. It's not the lush greenery that we expected. It's actually a barren wasteland. What gives? Yeah, it turns out that there was a freak accident back in the day. Way back in the day. And this place is all devoid of life now, so we're like trying to find the architect and find out what's going on. And this is the lead up to the ghosts fight. Basically, there's going to be a gauntlet of fight against your party members, which is why we need Rex to be lower level here. Jump through the windows, the little holes here too, because it's more optimal to move like this. And yeah, Corvin's going to be very important for these upcoming ghost fights. Corvin is a Chad, he does a lot of damage, and he's going to be the fastest way to kill all of these ghosts. Basically, the architect wants to test us, or not really test us, but the ghosts are a manifestation of like all the thoughts and worries that all the party members have, I think. And architect is revealing all of that, and Rex is going to kill the ghosts. It's like their inner their thoughts deep down. But yeah, the fights are pretty simple. You also have Wolfric with the contest chemistry on to give Rex basically gold affinity at the start of the battle. This is why you want to contest chemistry on Wolfric and not cross set, even though you're using Wolfric on Nia most of the time. Wolfric also gives you more damage for this fight. So you want to go auto attack 1, 2, and 3, cancel into Flash Uppercut, cancel into Nightbreaker, and then you want to go tier 1. This is the fastest way to clear this fight. Provided you don't get deflected. Same for tier 2. Same for the second fight. So the second one's again more against Morak. She has a bit more HP, so sometimes you won't kill. It's the same 1, 1, 2, 3. I got deflected, so it's kind of annoying. So I decided to go tier auto attack 2 cancel instead of auto attack 3, but it's gonna give me a bit less damage. Just missed the kill. So if I had auto attack 3, I would have killed there, because canceling off auto attack 2 gives you 20% multiplier to your arch damage. 20% increase. Canceling off auto attack 3 gives you 30%. Alright, the next one's against Zeke and Tora, 2 enemies. You're gonna start off with Zeke, auto attack 2 Flash Uppercut. And then you want to go Tora, auto attack 2 Nightbreaker. Then you want to go tier 1 to get them both. So 1, 2 Nightbreaker and tier 1. And then you want to run here and try to get both of them close together. Yep, and this will take both of them out. So that was a pretty good ghost section, actually. Morak could have gone a bit faster, but it's still very good. The DOT took her out very cleanly after that. And yeah, that's all. This is the last. This is gonna be the last fight before the boss. We're gonna put Nia in slot 1, Morak in slot 3. And then I'm gonna swap some blades around. Basically, I'm gonna put Dromark and Wolfric on Nia, Wolfrake for more damage, and Jormark to make the chain attack later a bit faster. And then I'm gonna only have Mithra on Rex and only have Corvin on Bridget. So nice thing about Rex here is that after chapter 7, he's able to equip any blades. So he's able to equip and then unequip Bridget. So I believe I do the menu somewhere here. Yep. So I go Morak, Corvin slot 1 first, because you can't unequip the first blade. So I go Bridget, then I unequip, and then Morak gets Wolfric, Nia gets Wolfric Jormark. So we haven't really seen this yet, but basically if you hit an orb that's opposite with an element that's opposite, you take 2 hits off of it, and you need 3 hits to break the orb. So normally in a chain attack, you take 3 characters to break 1 orb. But let's say, because we're going to set up a fire orb later, if we use Jormark on the first special, we can break the orb with Jormark and Numa, and then Corvin, and then you will skip Corvin's special on the second round, basically, because breaking the orb gives everyone extra arts, basically extra arts recharge. So normally, if let's say a third character breaks it, everyone in that round would be able to do 1 more attack on the next round. But because in this case Numa's gonna be the one breaking the orb, Corvin doesn't get the recharge. So Corvin's gonna be stuck with half special gauge, and he's not going to be able to finish the chain attack on the second turn, which is fine because we have enough damage, and we want to skip Corvin's special because it's a bit of time. It takes a bit of time. So again, with the Charming Swimsuit, you're not guaranteed. You can kill Ion most of the times, but it's not guaranteed, which is one of the changes that I'm making going forward. I'm gonna be getting the Van Braces as well, just to make sure I kill him. But in this run, I only had a swimsuit. So yeah, this is Ion. And we are forced to make a save before we fight Ion, which is fine. Doesn't matter. So first phase is pretty simple. Immediately Dolphin Spin. And then you go Auto Attack 2, Dolphin Spin, and then one of your arts and immediately cancel into tier 1. And then you want to pick up pots. So you're gonna pick up at least 4 pots. You can kill with 4 pots on the break, but I usually try to go for 6 pots because I have the time anyway. You want to get your chain up, and you want to go Numa immediately. And nice thing about Numa, get Numa first. If you use Numa's tier 3 and then cross-set tier 4 to finish the chain, you don't need a break, as long as you have 5 or 6 potions. So I go for a break here, I didn't need it. I would have killed regardless, so this is actually time loss. If you don't get Numa up in time and you have to use Pyrus tier 3, then yes, you need a break with at least 4 potions. He has a TED Talk here. That wastes a bit of time. Now the second phase is the hard part. Hard as in it's RNG dependent, not that it's very difficult to do. Run to the corner here. Nice thing is you get full chain here. So even if you chain the previous phase, you get full chain here. Auto attack 3. Dolphin Spin, Numa, cancel into Healing Circle. This will give you tier 1. Immediately, Nia will die here most of the time. Like 99% of the time, Nia is going to die. Immediately, once you get up, use tier 1. If Morak's dead here, you want to use tier 1 first, then pick up Morak. I wait a bit before using Dolphin Spin, so my party members come closer to me. Now you want to do Auto Attack 2, Dolphin, Auto Attack 1, Healing Circle, Acrobatic Bomber, Dolphin Spin, and then Auto Attack 2, Healing Circle, Acrobatic Bomber, Dolphin Spin. And once you land the break, you're going to use Numa's tier 3 immediately while your tier 4 charges up. Immediately once the burnout goes, you're going to use your tier 4 to get a double stack tier 4, a double stack Mega Explosion, which will increase damage by a lot, and there's still half a break bar, the break remaining. So you're gonna immediately chain attack, so you get all that bonus damage on your chain attack. I'm gonna use Joe Mark here to break the orb faster, and I'm gonna use Pneuma, which will break the orb. This is gonna give me 200% extra damage multiplier, so Corvin's gonna deal a load of damage here. Yep. And then now we use Corset's tier 2. I believe in this case I managed to get one pot. You don't actually need a pot. I routed this fight to skip Corvin's tier 2 without needing a pot. But since I got the pot, this guy's Omega dead. So yeah, I didn't even need all 5 hits of Pneuma special there. And the time is when this box pops up, then you get the XP and JP. The XP and whatever, the rewards from the fight. So yeah, the run ended with 354.06. This is the first 54 ever achieved. And it's very close to a 53, and obviously could have been a 53 if I played better and didn't make a lot of execution errors. But goes to show that the time can go down a lot more. Needless to say, I'm very happy with this run. And this run's pretty important because basically at the point of this, at the point where this run was done, the 1 month ago prior to that, the record was still at 57.39, and then Shem took it down to 57.35. Before that, the record stood for over a year. It's like 15 months, and Shem took it down by 4 seconds. Shem took it down by 4 seconds, so that was the first record in over 15 months. And then the record was lowered to 32 1 month after Shem's run, 57.32. And then 1 week later, the record was lowered again to a 56. I believe it was a 56.36 or something like that. And a few days, like 2 days later, Anel lowered the record to 55.40 something. 55.43. Yeah, 55.43. And 1 day after Anel got the run, I got this run. It's the first 54. So in just a span of 10 days, 4 records were set. And in the span of 3 days, 3 records were set. And the record was lowered by 3 minutes. So that is insanely insane. This is crazy. Because before that, the record stood for over 15 months, and suddenly the record just goes down, 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 down. So this is a pretty big moment, I think, for Xenoblade speedrunning. Not just this run, but also the records leading up to this run. Starting with Shem's record, the 57.35, the 4-second world record that really sparked everything. So just a really big time for Xenoblade speedrunning lately. And it's thanks to a lot of route changes. Like, we used to do the Morak fight differently with a 2-round chain attack, Giga Rosa fight, and a bunch of other strats like the Macos Phase 2 strat, Drive to Win strats. Lots of small time saves that added up to bring the record down even more. Just really, really incredible. So yeah, very happy with this run, and this last cutscene is like 20 minutes. So I'm probably not going to stick around for the entire cutscene. Yeah, but as you can see, there's still quite some time save that can be had. Obviously, I didn't get very good blade pulls. My chapter 4 could have been slightly better. And I lost time to trio. I also didn't get per rune. And the only thing that's really, really hard to run in this against my PB is the door clip, because most of the times you're going to lose at least 40 seconds to 1 minute on the door clip. But if you get good enough time save throughout before that, you can have enough buffer to still get a 53 or even a 52. Yeah, if you're on a very good run. So personally, I'm still going for a better time, and I'm actually running with a slightly different route now with a bit more safety strats. Namely, I take a 15-second extra menu time in chapter 2 to get a bit safer, a few safer fights. Hopefully that'll increase some consistency. And I have to relook again whether I want to do the Giga Rosa fight with a 1 or 2 round chain attack. With a 2 round chain attack, you're basically guaranteed to always have level 49 for the cliffs. So yeah, with the volcano strat, you run the risk of not having enough levels, so that's also one thing to consider. But it does save a lot of time, which is why we switched to it. But yeah, other than that, I had a very good chapter 1. Chapter 2 was pretty good, except for the... Oh yeah, I lost 30 seconds to Dougal because of the bridge jump. Chapter 3 was pretty good. Chapter 4 was pretty decent, but could have been better. Chapter 5 was standard, I would say. Could be faster, but I'm not going to complain too much. Chapter 6 was not very good. Chapter 6 was probably my worst chapters, one of my worst chapters, because I lost 20 seconds to having to yeet myself off the cliff, and also I lost 40 seconds at the trio. Then chapter 7 was good. Chapter 7 was good, except I didn't have Perun. Chapter 8 was very good. Chapter 9 was very insane because of door clip, but Amalthus was slow and Jin could be faster. Jin could have been faster. And chapter 10 was very good. Chapter 10 was good, yeah. I had a gold ghost and almost gold ion. Yeah, overall a very decent run, but still can be better, and I will still be trying to beat this time. So do stick around for that. I will hopefully return with another PB video, PB VOD, maybe another commentary. But I'm recording this one for now because I plan to summon this one for marathons, and just to get this information out to everyone who wants to learn about the new route. All right, that's gonna be all for this commentary. I really hope you all enjoy. Do stick around. Do stick around for if you like this video. I mean, if you like this video, do share it, give it a like. Do stick around. I will be trying to hopefully get more PP VODs on this channel. And of course, you can visit me on my Twitch channel where I'll be streaming attempts a few times a week. And yeah, hope to see everyone in the next video. See you all.